Shit. And then C, you get to do a recap.
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you very much. We're all extremely grateful to you for your contribution. And that
Thank
sounded
you.
sarcastic, but it wasn't.
That actually kind of sounded sincere for once. Were you recording that?
Yeah, that was recorded. You can. You
All
may
right.
begin.
When the group arrives at the Mirage, Declan orders the place closed so that he can have a talk with the others. He accuses Bryn of killing the men at the Scum Weasel and hiding it all from the rest of us. Bryn admits that she did, although she has no regrets about killing the men that tried to kill them. She stands by the fact that they were slavers and would have told the preacher they had escaped the prison and was coming for him. Declan disagrees that the bartender was part of the slave ring, but they have no way of proving or disproving that. Abrashmina points out that Bryn was possibly right about them warning the preacher, but says that the bards should have discussed that with him openly and not kept it a secret from them, and that it was a betrayal of their trust. Declan states that his principles are not something he's willing to compromise on, and if he can't trust Bryn to not to go behind his back and murder people he has promised mercy to, then he cannot stay with the virtues. Abra Ashmina is clearly upset by his declaration, accusing him of abandoning her and Makud. And he tells her that she doesn't understand his means or methods, and she tells him that it's presumptuous and insulting, and asks him what his principles tell him about breaking oaths and promises. So Declan tells them the story of a man named Othert back in Dithoin. After his father passed away, this man had raised Declan and put him to work in a gang of children, forced him to do awful things. And when Othert was arrested, Declan was adopted, and he had committed himself to becoming someone that would avenge children like him. When Othert was released from prison, Declan had kidnapped and tortured him for weeks until he finally killed him. This is the dark side of Declan that he is desperate to avoid, and he would rather bear the shame of leaving us and then becoming that person again. So Abrashmina promises that it will not be her hand that will ever raise to be executioner of an unconscious prisoner again, and begs Declan not to condemn them for things that have not happened yet. And Bryn adds that they are all a family, ugly and messy, and they do not always see eye to eye, but they always support each other. Makuda is also upset. He tried Declan's ways, and he tried to use what he called bloodless words to save his friend, Abella. He sacrificed his freedom in an effort to save her without bloodshed, and is offended that Declan seems to think them all incapable of mercy. And he says that if Declan had been in the mansion with them, that maybe things would have gone differently, but everyone had tried their best, and we're just dealing with the outcome. Rashmina goes on to further say that she understands the reasoning that drives Declan and Bryn, saying that if they do not trust each other, then they should trust in the faith that she has in the both of them. Bryn apologizes once again for everything and tells Declan that she will earn back his trust if he decides to stay. He says that he will need more time to think things over, and everyone retires for the evening. And then there's some more little side conversations. And 3 days pass, and the virtues give each other space in preparation for the pot hydra fight. And then some downtimey notes. Let's see. Abrashmina and the Bell Witch come to. Abrashmina goes back to the Bell Witch to get her book back, and talks to the spirit about the black soul gem, or the black gem that houses the chiasma, and the ghost promises to teach her a ritual that will scatter the soul of such a creature so that it cannot be reborn or return to plague humanity again. And so Abrashmina promises to return. And then we fight the pot hydra, and it was awesome. And we kicked his butt. And Makud did some cool things, and Bryn did some cool things, and Declan did some cool things, and Abrashmina did some okay things.
They're very cool.
Thanks, Ben.
Wonderful. So, as the pot hydra fight comes to an end and everyone kind of begins exiting the stadium and the Vicar, you guys are sort of come back into the sort of room before it. I don't know, the sort of backstage area, if you will, full of weapons and bloody rags and that sort of thing. And you find like a few people there to sort of heal you up and fix your wounds, and there's as many healing potions as you can drink and salves for your burns and whatnot.
Very weird for Abushmina being on the other side of this.
Definitely. But as you kind of come to like sort of prepare yourselves and heal up and that sort of thing, you hear like some footsteps kind of coming down the stairs towards you, and you see Shal Ab Ajana entering, wearing his finest robes and looking very slightly tipsy, but not nearly the sort of drunken fool that you knew before. And his arms are spread wide, and he grins at you all. He says, "Ah, that was glorious. Glorious!" He sort of kind of comes and like embraces Makuda in the middle. "I am truly impressed, my friends."
It was quite a show.
It was. Now, will you sit down and have a drink with me? Maybe in my private box?
I'm gonna insight check him real quick, just
Sure.
to make sure he is not trying to fuck us in some way, either literally or
Yeah.
figuratively. It's gonna be a 19.
A 19. You get the impression he is a little bit sauced, extremely happy he's back up and running, and as always, just a big fan of Makud, and like you just think like he feels his life is kind of finally back on track.
Okay. Nothing sinister going on. He's just happy.
Nothing that you can determine. He just seems like very happy.
Of course. We hope the night was profitable for you, even without the slave fights.
Oh, extremely profitable.
Good.
So,
Perhaps you will consider. Sorry. Perhaps you will further consider paid gladiators in the future.
well, yes, there was a certain quality to them that I enjoyed, but we will have to see. Maybe I should get some of those barracados involved.
Perhaps.
Well, shall
You want a drink?
yes, shall we repair to my box?
Why not?
And he kind of like leads you up. You're all escorted by various fancy looking guards, and he takes you up into this sort of very like opulent fancy room. There's like these chaise longues sort of like everywhere. There's slaves waiting to fan you with palm leaves. There's like a small water feature in the center, and just like wine bottles full like everywhere, just in like on trays held by servants who sort of come up and offer them to you as you enter. And you can see up from here as well, there is like the perfect view of the Vicar. It's high up enough to where you can see the entire stadium, but still close enough in to where you can make out details and watch whatever might be going on, though nothing is at the moment.
Are any of the other private boxes occupied?
Yes. They all look... It's all kind of people like... There's a few still chatting, but most of them look like they're heading out. But there are... You can see, like, around the ring, there's a good, like, 50 to 100 other boxes, though none of them are as big or as opulent as the Shals. And you can see them kind of hanging all around, extremely... well crafted to be at the perfect height to kind of get this beautiful view of over the stadium.
We did invite a few guests to watch us fight. Could it be?
Of course, have them brought up. What were their names?
Madar, Holly, and Kaya. And I'll give the rough kind of description of the seats.
Yeah, and he just like clicks his fingers, and you see like one of the kind of better dressed servants like nods and just turns to head away in search of him.
Makud did invite Ethan because she expressed an interest
Oh,
in
yes.
seeing him fight. Just to mention.
Eli
and-
knew of it. I do not know if he came.
Yeah, she did come.
And also,
He-
Rob, most of the servants are slaves.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize you said Eli there. No, Eli is nowhere to be seen as of yet.
Who did you think I said?
I thought you said, but we don't know if she came, referring to Ethan.
Oh. No.
But yeah, you're free to sort of drink and enjoy, and then eventually your friends are brought up, and they all come in and all looking extremely impressed. And they sort of like come over to each of you and kind of give you hugs and compliments and tell you how amazing you were. Everyone seems very kind of relieved, but happy. And you see like Ethan kind of gives Makud like a gentle punch and says that you were more incredible than she could have possibly imagined, giving Declan a bit of a wink.
Makud beams.
Declan smiles behind his mask.
I still got it on.
Yep.
No breaking character, I like it. But yeah, you sort of Shal Abajana kind of will sit and just retell the fight over and over again, even though you were there. But eventually, your group can take its leave after the Shal has had enough FaceTime with you all. Get the impression he just sort of wanted to be seen kind of fraternizing with the virtues and the champions of his Vakar once again.
On the way out, Declan will step in close to the Shawl to speak with him very quickly. I hope you will consider what I said about hiring more paid gladiators. There is a sea change underway in your city, and you may find it far less profitable to keep so many slaves in the future.
And he kind of like pats you on the shoulder and says, of course. But you can see there's like a bit of a furrow to his brow.
So, I mean, Declan is deliberately trying to be a little bit menacing here.
Yeah, he's definitely kind of like, not with your passive insight, you can tell he's uncomfortable, but he's trying to still give the impression that you've just said something kind of jovial to him or whatever.
Here. I mean, that's the point. Very well. I do hope you will let us know if we can have a follow-up fight at some point.
Oh, yes. It would be my pleasure to host you here once again.
Once, of course, we have been paid for this one. Abrashmina gently reminds them.
Yes. I shall have your earnings brought to you this evening, of course. We just need to count and collate and everything.
I thought we had agreed to a second fight, but
Yes, at some point in the future, of course.
it was quite the spectacle.
Yes, it was rather marvelous.
I think it is good for a Shah to have something to enjoy. It has been grim times
It has.
recently.
And no sandworms this time. That was good. Yeah, chugs a goblet of wine.
There is always next time, and he hits him on the back.
Let's hope
Pats him on
not.
the back.
Oh, maybe we could fight a sandworm.
Makud nods.
Well, it's getting late. Really should get to sorting out the admin, cleaning the place up. So I'll be seeing you. But yes, don't hesitate to contact me if. And he just sort of walks away.
Sure, we have like our after party at the Mirage to go to.
Yeah.
On the walk back, Declan will sort of approach Bryn and just say, "You fought beautifully."
Thank you. It's been a long time since I've had an opportunity to fight like that for a crown.
It was exhilarating. Will you walk with me for a moment?
Certainly.
And I'll like step back a little bit and let Minamoku get ahead or whatever they want to do. And Declan sort of walks quietly for a little while, just mask off, considering what he's going to say. But eventually he speaks. You said the other day that we are a family. I admit that I am not the expert on the subject. But blood I have is long dead, and I have made it a point to keep people at an arm's length since then. So it is not my understanding of what we are. But our partnership is important to me.
Bruno kind of sighing. I grew up with a lot of people that weren't related to me by blood. Family really isn't a term that I toss around lightly. It means something. My father always taught me that family comes first. So when I say that we're family, that's what I mean. So I guess our partnership means a lot to me as well.
Maybe one day I will be able to consider it such, but for now, I wish us to go forward together, clear-eyed, and on even footing.
I meant when I said I don't even recognize the person that committed those acts. Finding my mother lifted a burden off of my shoulders. Sometimes the words of my father that family means everything are a blessing and a curse. They drove me to dark things.
I understand. Still, if we are to go forward, I am not your judge, but I do need the contract between us to be explicit. There can be no more deception between us.
We will work together to make sure that whatever actions we take involving the lives of those that fall into our hands are agreeable to both of us. You're not always right. I'm not always right. We work together to do what is right.
Insight check. No, I'm just kidding. Agreed. In the course of what we have set out for ourselves, we will be perhaps the arbiters of life and death again. All I ask is that we consider it and do not take such responsibility lightly.
I'm not without mercy, Declan. I've proven that.
I know.
But all the same, I understand.
Good.
Should probably catch up. The others will think we're having a brawl in an alley.
Another time, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Walk, 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 walk.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days, huh?
It's almost like old times, ain't it cute? Oh no, that was Indra, not.
McCood.
McCute.
So you guys arrive back at the Mirage just as it's opened, and you can see a couple of familiar faces who have been coming in over the last few weeks and seem to be somewhat regulars of the place now. In particular, there's a fairly young woman who comes in with two of her friends. And the woman has like a very disfiguring scar across her left eye. And that eye in particular looks now blinded by it. It's all milky white. And her two friends are these sort of just typical like Ashari merchant folk. Though she looks like she could hold her own in a fight. And another one you see is a bit of an older gentleman who comes in with a truly glorious cloak. It's the sort of thing where it catches your eye when you're just out walking and you see him kind of pottering about. He's always smoking a very long pipe, and this cloak itself is sort of designed to have like this kind of feathers or scale pattern across it in sort of all the colors of the rainbow, and it's very bright, though the rest of him looks very shabby. And you can see like he's nursing a drink, and Smear sort of being his usual inappropriate self, slinging insults and unwanted compliments. And as you enter, you can see like it's getting a little bit busier, and you see a few kind of other people joining your kind of procession into the front door. What would you like to do?
I'm just curious. You know that dwarf that Maku drunk with on like opening night almost with
Yeah.
the mine wine? Has he ever been back?
He
Well,
pops
I know
it.
he generally said all the drinking in the shower is like terrible apart from mine wine, but
Yeah, so he pops in every so often, but like recently you haven't seen that much of him, though you got a fairly like seafaring vibe from him, so it might be that he's off on a boat or something.
okay.
But you've seen him a couple more times. He's always fun to drink with.
He
Cool.
smelled of the sea to Makud.
He just had a blue and white stripy t-shirt. That's all.
Lots of spinach for some reason.
Yeah.
His name was Smee.
Nice.
He came in with like a long-haired,
Yeah.
a guy with long black hair that just kept saying, "Try to stop me, Smee," as he was like doing shots.
Glorious mustache. But yeah, you guys.
Declan is standing awkwardly in the corner.
Inside check.
Hey, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. No one's trying to kill you for now.
Abra Shmina will help Shmir out behind the bar, as I assume that Makud is going to be regaling the crowd with tales of the Vakar.
Pretty much. I imagine that was mostly what he was doing on the way home to Mina.
Yeah.
Like blow by blow.
Bryn would be like helping him and being like, no, it was this close. And it's kind of like doing like the umbrella, and like as she's like drinking, it's getting like more and more outrageous. And like it was a lot more danger. By the end, it's like a lot more dangerous.
It's
And we
like
almost
Bryn
died,
was
like,
surfing on a
There
shield
were-
up and down the thing's
Yeah.
neck, and
There was 20 heads, and it was breathing fire and
it
lava.
almost killed everyone in the stadium, but Bryn managed
Yeah.
to.
No, I think
Just-
Bryn would let Makud be the hero, but like
Yeah.
he definitely has a trusty sidekick that landed a few good blows.
Let him.
Power of the storyteller.
Yeah. And you see like a few more of your friends drop by, a couple of the Six Eyes, Ubba and Thella come by for a bit, but they don't stay late. Though you can tell Ubba kind of wants to, but Thella's not having it. And as the evening goes on a little bit, the door opens
Wait,
again.
Which of the Six Eyes are there?
None that have names currently.
Okay.
Um,
Then
Like-
Abra Shmina will not speak to them.
I mean, you can if you like.
No, I mean, if it was Maya or Thal or Terran, she would go up and talk
Yeah.
to them.
No, none of them yet. But
Okay.
the night's still young. I imagine this is like 7, 8 in the evening.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
as you're all kind of, settling into the evening and enjoying yourselves, the door opens again, and for the first time in a little while, Eli kind of stumbles in. He
Stumbles in like he's drunk.
not necessarily drunk, but stumbles in like he's extremely tired. He looks pretty bad. His clothes, which are normally all pristine, are like ripped and filthy. His hair is wild. And Declan, if you're just kind of hanging around like the Phantom of the Opera, you see like twigs and leaves in his hair. His eyes are like wide and staring, like glancing around the room.
I'm gonna insight check him real quick, see
Yeah,
if he
sure.
thinks he's under threat.
Do I see
Or if
him?
Yeah.
That's gonna be a 19 again.
Okay. You can tell he is like insanely tired and has been through something extremely difficult. Not necessarily like mentally, but just like he is physically destroyed. You can see like a few cuts on him, and he.
I don't get the
Need-
impression that I don't get the impression that he thinks he's in danger.
No, not necessarily. He's like, you can see him sort of stumbling. Abrishmina would, and like,
Okay.
you know, he'll see you, Abrishmina, and like walk over and just wrap his arms around you, like, oh, thank the gods. And he is like, he smells of like sweat and something kind of weird that you've probably never smelled before, but that Lamenters would know as like moss, and sort of general kind of wildernessy, leafy smells.
Yeah, where would he encounter leaves and twigs and moss things?
Nowhere that you
Lament.
can really think of.
Mm-hmm.
So Declan will move away from the wall towards Abrishmina and Eli.
Like Abarashmina is like picking things out of his hair, going
Yeah,
like, "What?
and like
What
a
is
lot of
going
his
on?
weight is hanging off you.
Like, what is going on? Are you all right?"
Yes, yeah, I am. I'm okay.
Where have you been?
Oh, I yeah, lots of places. Could I have, please, a drink?
Of course. And Abrashmina will kind of like guide him into a seat
Yeah,
and turn
he's
around
like
to like.
leaning against the bar, very tired.
Declan's gonna sort of move over to him and in a very like rude, not like deliberately rude, but a little like unthinking way. He's gonna kind of like walk over to Eli and like grab him under the chin and like start checking his pupils.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to have been under some stress.
You might call it that, yes. He
Can I
like
make a medicine
slowly
check?
kind of reaches up. Yeah, go for it. He like slowly reaches up to kind of pull your hand away.
Yeah. 23.
Okay. You don't think there's anything in particular wrong with him. You think he is like insanely tired. You think he's been through a lot. There's a slightly kind of like disbelieving look in his eyes. And he looks like he's having some trouble adjusting to what little light there is left.
You know, Eli, you have fascinating blood. Don't think I ever shared with you the results of my research.
Oh, is that right? He says and just like guzzles the drink that Abrishmina's made for him.
Oh, yes.
And she's gone back to picking green things out of his hair and like the folds of his clothes.
Yeah.
Like still kind of like looking over at it, like, what is this? Very Jack Skellington, like, what's this?
Yeah. Well, you know, the job's never really simple over here, but yeah, this one was yeah, it was interesting.
Declan's gonna pick up one of like the twigs or leaves or whatever and be like, "Have you been somewhere You lament.
Make me a nature check, Declan.
I'm proficient in nature.
Of course you are.
I've got all the skills. That's gonna be an 18.
This doesn't look lamentant to you. If you had to guess, it would be more Atreshy, like more rainforesty.
Okay. Have you been to a trash recently?
Atresh? No. I...
Inside check.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna tell me.
He is about to tell you, but you can split second insight check.
Yeah. Ooh, that's an 18 on the die. It's for a 29.
He has not been to Atresh recently.
Okay.
You know this for a fact.
Haha.
And he says, I have been inside the cupboard of a witch, if you must know.
What?
Have you?
He like chuckles and finishes off the drink. Well, I don't know if you've ever heard of Shalair Latiga.
Have I heard of Shalair Latiga?
I've heard of Shalail Latigra.
Shalair, which is the female of Shal, Latiga.
Can we get that in the
You
chat?
may roll a history check. Yes.
History?
Do I have advantage?
Abrishmina can. You wouldn't know her.
Do I have advantage?
Nah.
Go back
Because
to
you
anything?
wouldn't have met her necessarily, but you would know her by infamy.
I was just trying to check. That is an 11.
You have heard of her, though you've heard vastly different things from different people. But what it all comes down to is she's a very, very rich lady who lives on her own and has some kind of magical capability, though what that might be differs from she is an evil necromantic black magic type to she is just like a standard witch wizard.
To like a fortune teller.
Like a Harry Potter witch.
Yeah, just like, you've heard all sorts. Like the horror stories, her house is the creepy one that the kids go knock on. If, they tried to do that, though, they would be ripped apart by Barracados, but that's neither here nor there.
What were you doing near Shalia Latigas?
What did you find in her wardrobe?
So many questions. What I was doing there was...
Should I be jealous? Abarashmina kind of like cocks an eyebrow.
You can tell he's sort of really not in the mood for that sort of joke, and like his brain isn't working quick enough, and so he like grabs your hand and he says, "Absolutely not," and like gives you a squeeze. I was just there to steal a spellbook from her, and well, it didn't go very well, and
Have you brought danger here?
no.
Declan
no.
says very, 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 matter-of-factly.
No. She never caught me, but her wardrobe did, and said wardrobe sent me somewhere I've never been before. The Feywild.
Do I know what that is?
Feywild.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
At least to some extent.
Yeah.
You can roll a history check if you'd like, or an arcana check it would be.
Well, I probably know basically that's, the realm of the Fae.
Yeah, you know the basics, yeah.
How did you find your way back?
Oh, I'm a charming devil, met some people, they gave me a hand. Was attacked by several gigantic lizards, but, that's just all in a day's work. Is there another drink going?
Abarashmina will kind of nod and go get him another one, and get like a little bit of meat and cheese from like
Yeah.
some kind of like charcuterie board thing platter that we've got behind the counter.
And he would be devouring that. I haven't been to a Shar in a month. Yeah, I think I counted the days, and you see like kind of pulls up his sleeve, and you can see like, what are those fucking marks called?
Hatch marks.
No, you do 4 and then you cross it.
Hatch marks.
Okay, what would an English person call those?
Or tally marks.
Tally, yeah.
Tally, yes.
Yeah, it's a tally.
Hatch marks.
I've actually never heard hatch marks, but that sounds right.
It must be like a Midwestern thing.
Or a C thing.
No. My mom calls them
Like
hatch.
there's hatching is in like
Cross
what you get around caves and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, like they're
cross-hatching,
like cross hatching. Yeah, that's what call them hatching, hatches.
Like, I see why it's called that. I've just never heard it referred to as that.
Yeah.
You see, he's kept a tally on his arm, and there's...
That is not right? Like for
No, it's been
only
about
been
4
like-
days since you last saw him.
4 days. Yeah. I'm just making sure that
Yeah.
like my timeline is straight, and Abarashmina will kind of like furrow her brow and like look at him and be like, "No, it has only been 4 days. I spoke to you." Has there been like a day that she hasn't been able to speak to him?
Yeah,
Like even with sending?
yeah.
Okay. When was the last when I sent you the message? How long ago was that?
He looks down his arm. About 34 days?
That was like only 4 days ago for me.
Oh,
Seems that time in this realm is not what we would expect of it.
yes, it gets a bit funny. But, you know, consummate professional. I got the spell book, so... Hooray. And you can see his eyes are like, they're not wild anymore, they're just kind of beginning to droop.
Does Charlotte know that you've returned?
Yeah, I dropped off the spell book at the XXIX before I came here.
Well, glad you're alive. If you wish to discuss more about your unique heritage, I have done a great deal of research and would be happy to share it with you. And then Declan will kind of go back to his corner.
He is like nodding, but in a way that's like, okay, if I keep nodding, he'll stop talking quicker than if I don't do anything. No.
If I stop nodding, I'll fall asleep.
Yeah. And
Declan's trying to be
Yeah.
nice.
yeah, he's
No.
he would, you know, he's just not in the
No, I
mood.
mean it's fun. That's totally fine.
Yeah,
Say
yeah.
that Declan has a bad way with people, and that was his best attempt at being.
Abrashmina appreciates the effort that Declan is putting in.
And Eli will just like rest his head on Abrashmina's shoulder. Oh, I'm sorry.
It is all right. It's not your fault. Although I am sad to say that we will be leaving soon,
You will?
and maybe a week or so. We
Oh,
have to go out into the desert.
right. Of course. Yeah. Right. Rubs his head and kind of like scratches the base of one of his horns.
I insight check his like super obvious mood shift there.
Yeah. You may.
Oh, that's a 19 plus 9 for 28.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. He hasn't
Yeah.
seen his girlfriend in a month, and she's leaving in a week.
Yeah.
Also, Declan is taking the little bit of greenery that he got, and he's going right into the basement with it.
Abarashmina will kind of say, do you want to go upstairs and you can take a bath?
And I can watch you.
That was
Yeah.
Declan saying that, not me.
Yeah.
Declan talking to the leaf.
His face just like, pokes out of the wall while Eli's bathing. Your biology is fascinating, Eli.
And he would just like nod and say, "Yes, gods, please."
Yeah, you can tell me everything that's happened. And she'll like help him upstairs.
Yeah. And while he's bathing, he will sleepily detail him being swallowed by a wardrobe and waking up in a leafy paradise, which soon became less of a paradise when he was beset and hid in a tree for like a week, and then managed to find his way to what appeared to be a city in the middle of the forest, and it was populated by lots and lots and lots of people who helped him get home. Though his story is lacking detail and a consistent timeline, as he is entirely shattered.
Yeah. Abrashmina just kind of like nods and listens. And
You go.
nope, go ahead.
I was gonna skip, so
Yeah, and she will tell him about what they have been up to, the fight with Shal Abajana, and then like their or Hashemi, not Abajana,
yeah.
with Shal Hashemi, and then the pot hydra fight.
Will she? How much detail will she go into about
I was gonna say.
how damaged she
Ooh.
got in that fight?
How damaged she got in that fight?
Yeah, i.e., she fucking almost died. Will she be like, yeah, I went unconscious, or will she be like, yeah, it was fine, we kicked it?
Does he ask?
I mean, he's in no state to be, like, his brain isn't gonna work that quickly. But is she gonna offer that information freely?
The more people you tell of your secrets, the more they have to torture out of him when they capture him.
Yeah, no. I don't
Okay.
think she will.
Then he'll just mumble something about how amazing you are and, like, try not to pass out in the tub.
Yeah. He already knows that they fought the Shal and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah.
So does Sharat.
Yes. And so, the party is thumping downstairs. Mine wine's probably being brought out. Maya and Thal show up, and just Maya tries to drink everyone under the table and like passes out in her own vomit, and Thal takes her home at some point.
Declan pops up just to mention that he dislikes Maya again. I really don't like her very much.
She's already unconscious by this point.
Yeah.
So,
That's why it's safe.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
You wouldn't
what's
dare do it while she's
Yeah.
awake.
I mean, at this point, we're maybe almost equal level, I think.
yeah, you're getting there, and you could very easily one-shot Thal at this point. In fact,
Yeah, well, he's got super low hit points, right?
yeah,
Yes.
he has some of the lowest hit points I've ever rolled on a character, because like I built him like over like quite a long period. Like, as I was doing this writing thing, and like, so I would roll for his hit points, and it was like every couple days he would level up or whatever. He's level 8 and he has 28 hit points.
At some
He's
point in time,
fucked.
you just start taking the average.
Yeah. I'm not a coward.
Oh yeah.
I am.
So,
I haven't rolled hit points since I started playing 5e.
damn.
Yeah.
I like to live dangerously. What's Bryn doing during all this?
I imagine that Bryn is probably like jumped up on a table and is like, trying to like reenact with Makud like parts of like the thing, and then like she'll turn around and like punch him on the shoulder, be like, "No, you let out the roar now!" and trying to get him to like roar and and like
Yeah.
talk and just kind of like painting this picture and
Yeah.
I
And this
mean,
is all. This is all.
This is a step down for them actually fighting in the bar and throwing each other around. So yeah, he's totally
Yeah.
full on in his.
You guys are definitely holding court. Like, all eyes are on you except the like regular with the fancy cloak.
I think at some point, maybe after he's done, if you want to talk about what Declan finds with the leaf later,
Yeah.
if anything, we can. But at some point, he would try to tell Bryn, like, you know, this is an opportunity to promote our values as well, and just sort of like nudge, nudge.
Bryn's probably a little sloshed, and she's like, You're right. Shit.
But we
Work with
didn't
it.
kill the pot hydra because killing
No,
is
we
wrong.
Stay in school, kids. Don't do
the,
slavery.
the anti-slavery.
Yeah,
angle.
yeah, you know,
Slavery.
yeah,
the
like
whole
talking
point.
don't do slavery. Yes,
That's fantastic.
Brit is now screaming from the top of the table, "Don't do slavery." No, but she's like talking about like how this fight was like accomplished, with well paid, fighters, and
Yeah.
no innocent slaves were forced to fight.
No innocent
This
slaves
monstrous-
were harmed in the making of this story.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you do see a couple people kind of nodding along with you every so often. But
Are they any regulars or anything?
all of this is backed by a very busty duet of singers who are not bad, but they can't really hit the high notes and they go a little bit screechy. But for the most
They're
part, it's
weighted
good
down
fun.
by their buxom chests.
Of course.
You did say busty, right?
Yes, I did. Otherwise, that would be a very weird random comment. But no, yeah, and Smear's just loving it.
Bryn's trying not to flinch every time they try to hit those notes.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if auditory beer goggles are a thing.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Plenty of bad musicians get laid just because they're musicians.
yeah. I mean, that's why I carry a guitar with me wherever I go.
There you go.
But yeah, anyway, the night sort of closes out. Moods are high. You see Shugor begins like shooing some people out. And has like a short kind of chat with the very short little cloaked man. And they seem to have kind of bonded very slightly, just by virtue of the fact that that man's always in here before heading home. And finally, the mirage is silent again.
I'm sorry if you said this and I missed it. Do we know who the cloaked man is?
He's a regular.
Oh, okay.
Have we heard the name?
No.
No one asked. So.
Declan will approach Shugor after once closing is going on. He'll come up and like help put chairs up and clean things. And, he'll ask Shugor, who is that gentleman you were speaking with tonight?
That is Tamim. He comes in here quite a lot.
He had an interesting countenance about him.
I think he's one of those people who's sort of seen a lot of things, And he's like, turning chairs upside down and shit.
Mm-hmm. Declan's doing his best to be casual. Do you know what it is he does?
I think he runs a stall. I'm not quite sure. I don't think he's married or anything, but I tend not to ask questions of the quiet, calm people. It's more the rowdy types I'm worried about. So,
of course,
he comes in, pays, and drinks and leaves. I think he enjoys the atmosphere.
You never suspected anything?
No, nothing to suspect. He just seems like a quiet man,
Yes, well, I suppose it's my nature. I often suspect the quiet ones. Being a quiet one myself. Anyway.
Kind of gives you like an appreciative, yeah, fair enough, kind of nod and goes back to his work.
That's it.
And so the next morning comes around, and
Do I learn anything about the? Did I learn anything about the?
yes, sorry. So you are kind of sitting in the basement, studying this for some time, and you see, like, despite this leaf being, you know, pulled off, it still seems very much alive. With its own accord, and while nothing in particular happens, you do get the sense that this thing is maybe slightly more vibrant than a lot of the stuff you see in Lament.
Am I able to, using my established method, determine whether it is innately magical?
Yeah, give me a quick roll for that.
I guess that was an alchemical tools roll? Do I remember?
I think if you're trying to determine something's magical, I think Arcana is probably...
Yeah, I'm not proficient in that yet, so it would just be my intelligence. 17.
Yeah, you think it's magical, not in the sense that there's been some spell cast on it, but it's just sort of got an innate magical energy about it.
Sort of like in the way that Eli is.
An apt comparison.
Yeah. Fascinating. I preserve it between slides of glass and put it in my little underground cooler.
Sure. And so, the next morning you'll wake up.
Early morning training with Ethan.
Yeah. So, I'll say this.
Training with Eli.
Kudos. So,
We'll just like to Bryn. I wish we could get some peace in the mornings between these sword fights and these sword fights.
I mean, Bryn's got early morning training of her own she's worried about.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Worried?
Madar's
No,
still staying at the Mirage.
Don't worry,
I
McCoo.
take
You
her
just...
more for like a night owl than a early morning person, but okay.
I just finished watching Surviving R. Kelly, so, don't say that you're training your partner, because that comes out.
I mean...
Well, this just took a very dark turn.
Yeah.
But, no, you, don't worry, McCoo. You'll get yours when you're out in the desert.
Okay.
You're just gonna see some giant Minotaur lass, like, hefting a fucking boulder, and McCoo's like,
The hottest udders you've ever seen.
Oh,
Have you watched Samurai Jack?
no.
Yeah.
No? Oh, crap. There's like a huge, bulky Scotsman who's kind of like McCood if he was a Scotsman. And then,
It's true.
and he is amazing at everything and super strong. And then you meet his wife, who is just like twice the size of him and
It's like
twice as strong.
Tormund and Brienne.
Yes, the kind of thing.
Yeah.
But he like loves it absolutely dearly. And she just shouts at him all the time.
It's a great show.
Very, very good show. Anyway.
And so, we'll move into our first day of downtime. So we're just going to go along the bottom. Everyone give me, like, what they want to do that day. If stuff needs playing out, we'll play it out. If stuff needs hand waving or rolls or whatever, we can do that. And we'll smash through this nice and sharp. So, Declan. What are you doing on this first day?
So early morning training.
Sorry, just to add as well, we're gonna say, I mean, you guys can take as long as you want, but the initial kind of time when you plan to go is gonna be exactly 1 week from now. You don't have to go then,
Okay.
but that's the sort of time frame we're working to at the moment.
Okay, I thought we had 2 weeks, but that's fine.
I think it was 2 weeks from before the thing, so it might be close to 10 days.
Okay.
But about a week.
Okay. Either way, training in the morning, building and trying. He's got his tools now, right?
Yeah.
So he probably can't actually construct anything within the 2 weeks that he's got, but he's going to start working on his goggles of night.
Okay.
I assume I can only have one thing at a time going, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I can't work on multiple things. So during the day, he's probably working for at least 8 hours on that. So like, if training is between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m., probably like 2 hours, like 5 and 7, he would spend the next 8 hours writing, after having a very quick breakfast, or sorry, researching after having a very quick breakfast. And then from 8 hours later
It's
is
like 3.
3 o'clock.
Oh,
so
from
the rest of the
7 it's 3 o'clock, yeah. Or 4 o'clock even.
Yeah. Sorry.
Either way.
4 o'clock, whatever it is, or late afternoon. He's doing. He's beginning to write. He's working on. Sort of, it's bullet points for now, but he's working on a manifesto.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll probably spend a couple hours of that, or as long as it takes for him to kind of get the creative juices flowing. And then he'll want to talk with the group, but we can see what everybody else is doing before that point.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Abrishmina.
Morning will be spent with Eli. What kind of money do we get from the Vicar and from our earnings yesterday?
Good point. So, earnings yesterday. Roll me 3d100s, please, between you people. Well, fuck it, we'll say
I'll
4.
take one.
Everyone roll one.
Okay.
Bloody night.
That's okay. I rolled 13.
Okay. And then minus 5d100 for how much booze you all drank of your install.
I told you this was a problem.
Minus 5D. Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
I knew Eli should have been paying. Damn Eli.
He had 2 drinks. 44.
What are you talking about?
He had his
boyfriend drinks as ever much he wants.
he had his 2 free drink coupons.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have to stop doing the coupons. Always find out them on.
Have you seen that It's Always Sunny thing where they try and come up with like their own, like loyalty scheme. They just give out all the coupons to everyone, and everyone just comes in, takes all the stock, and goes, and they get all their coupons back. Fantastic.
I like Makud Fun Bucks, Declan. That's great.
Yeah, Makud Fun Bucks is definitely what we're calling our little like tokens that we're gonna make.
Makrugerans.
Abrishmina did not drink last night.
I can't
We're
believe you.
hiding a lot of
I
bottles.
can't believe you guys just no-sold my fucking South African gold bullion joke. Carry on.
Hi, there's a 44 and a 13.
Okay.
I got an 82.
72.
Ooh.
Making up for our shit rolls.
So, 2,110 gold.
2,110.
Yes.
Is that from the Vicar?
No, that is from you guys.
Ooh,
From the Mirage.
Bloody night.
So,
that was a good night.
I mean, we sold some mine wine. That's probably
Yeah.
most of it.
so, my next question. It was 7% you agreed on.
Yes.
A chest comes for you, carried by 2 very burly individuals. You open it and it's full of platinum. Exactly 41,300 platinum.
41.
Wait, 41,300
1,300.
Platinum,
platinum.
not gold.
Oh, gold.
So that's-
Worth of platinum.
Gold.
Sorry.
Gold's
Oh,
worth of
My bad.
platinum.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a very
Sorry.
different
Sorry.
conversation than you're about to have.
I realized
Let's
what I'd
go
said
buy
there.
a castle.
We're keep
Wait a
rich,
sec.
bitch.
Okay, that is from
Just gonna
normal-
say, the car makes bank. If we got 41,000 from a 7% thing,
I mean,
Yeah.
40,000 gold is still pretty good.
They made 590 grand.
our share from the Mirage is 552 gold, 5 silver. And from the Vicar, that is 1,032 gold, 5 silver.
That seems wrong.
Really low.
No?
Is that
you
that
said
would
4 ways. Do you mean 10,000?
Do you mean
It's
10,000?
41,000.
You said 4. I thought you said 4,000.
41,000.
41,000.
Oh, 41,000
Oh,
gold.
okay. I'm
So how
sorry.
much?
Yeah.
Mina is skipping us massively.
You guys like this?
Okay. 10,325 gold.
I'll take it.
So
Cash money.
cash money.
How much is that in total? Because my brain can't brain right now.
Okay, hold on.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That is 41,000 years from the gold.
No, 10,877. And 5 silver.
Okay, thank you very much.
10,877 and 5 silver.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, friend.
You're welcome.
Also, I've got some bad news for you, Makood. You're getting low on
Okay.
mine wine.
Oh
What?
boy.
We get a bottle of it every fucking month.
wait.
Yeah,
No,
but
no.
it hasn't
talking
quite
about-
been a month yet.
Oh, I was gonna say when is that due?
Not
Is
yet.
that due before we leave?
Probably around the time you leave.
I thought that was taken care of in the figuring.
It is.
Okay.
Just we've done a lot in a month. Ish.
Yeah, so you'll be able to replace it, and you've given Shugor the details, maybe not Smear, of your contact and everything. So that will be taken care of for you. It's on like auto repeat, your Netflix subscription.
Yes.
But just to clarify, if you're planning on drinking a lot of mine wine this week,
Okay.
It's
That
special
was his only
occasion.
downtown plans, damn it. I'm joking.
but if you're gone for like 2 months, you'll come back to 2 bottles of mine wine. So
Oh, buddy.
Do they not crack into the mine wine when we're not here?
yeah, that's kind of Makood's special thing.
Oh.
Private
It's sort of
reserve.
I mean, most people you've seen who have drunk that have collapsed,
Yeah.
including like
Yeah.
Ube, who's
Yeah.
massive.
Uber, who is like 6'5", and has the body of someone who's been a gladiator for like 20 years. He had like one shot, and just like that fucking Jim Leahy gif of him coming out of the trailer.
Okay, well, anyways, how much money we made made a difference in what Arashmina wanted to do.
Instead of buying magical items, I will buy more property. I will buy the shop. I've
Yeah,
just before you do shopping, are we going to invest any of this into the debt that we have?
That's-
Yes, actually.
That was
That was
going to
plenty.
be a consideration after I went
After
shopping.
you- Okay, sure. After we've taken the bit off the top.
I've heard that
Yeah.
line before.
Yeah. Well, because okay, if I wanted to do,
I mean, we are more flush now than we ever have been. So if you want to buy something, fair enough. Like, it isn't going to pay off the debt. You'll still be in debt at the end of it if you gave it all away. So you might as well buy something for yourself and then give it.
I think Sharad understands that we have to pay expenses first, right? And
Yeah.
Sure.
equipping
And
yourself is-
he also
Okay.
said like,
There's no
pay
rush
pay
in
it
us
back
paying
when you
it back.
can.
right.
I did
Yeah.
this
We're
as
not
a
under
friend,
them.
but it would
Yeah.
be good to have my money back.
yeah. Anyways, I want to go shopping.
So
Does
Declan
Eli-
actually wants
Get
to
in,
go.
loser.
does Declan wants to go shopping.
I mean, we-
Okay,
well, we
so
can do it
I will
separately,
wait. I will
but-
wait for a different. If multiple people want to go shopping, I'll wait for a different day. So I'll just spend this day with Eli.
Yeah,
And,
he's being very like puppy following you at the moment because he knows you're going away.
Yeah, because I don't think he wants to go to the library with her, and he doesn't want to go to the temple with her. So this is
Yeah.
an Eli day.
He's gone from like Mr. No Text back to like clingy.
I know, right?
Clinging.
He's done that before, kind of like bounced
Well,
around a bit.
he hasn't seen her in a month. His time, he knows she's going away in a week.
Sure.
He's kind of just,
He fucking left her on red.
Oh,
Um,
no.
he's also trying to make up for that, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe
How
take her
about
on a
if-
nice dinner or something one of the evenings.
Yeah.
But she can
She's-
pay 'cause she's rich as fuck.
Mhm.
Yeah. So what would you like to do? Just hang around with Eli this day?
Yeah.
Okay. Makood.
So, Makut doesn't really have much forethought in terms of downtime things.
Of course. That's fair.
He's more a creature of sort of the moment. There is one thing that C kind of reminded me about, and one thing he would actually, because I brought up basically all of his eggs are in one basket, which is wyvern shaped. But also there has been some time, and also we now have some money, and maybe the construction projects could start to expand to next door, because we were kind of housing or attempting to house the clergy, and
Yeah.
then also there was talk of like the airy or whatever you would call it for a bunch
Yeah.
of wyvern.
So like
So that
the
maybe is the one
construction,
project
yeah.
that he might do over a considerable period of time.
Yeah, so the construction projects have been ongoing and are at a point where like the clergy can all stay in these places.
Sure.
You can give them kind of special instructions and they'll begin like on one of the buildings that they've fixed up but not moved into, like converting it for wyvern shit. That won't take
I'm
long.
saying he might enjoy knock through
right, yeah.
some walls and stuff. I am quite keen. Makud is quite keen to knock the basement of the building we're in into the next basement of the building next door.
Yeah.
Because having a way to get between the two and out again.
So you don't need to knock down walls. I can just shape them for you.
Let's Makud
This is
be
Makud's
Done.
time.
I cast stone
If you
shape.
don't want him to go smash a treasure ship full of battle mages,
I
then
mean,
at least he gets
you're
to smash
literally
some walls.
smashing holes in the room I sleep in.
You're
sleep
fine.
in the
I imagine like Makud smashes all the way through and then Declan just like smooths it over, makes it all pretty, and Makud comes down again the next morning. It's like, damn, I did a good job.
I was just thinking that you like let Makud smash through it in a Makud-sized hole, and then Declan can make it pretty.
Oh, that's fine.
You are if you asleep down there, you're kind of that's the only place the wyverns have been. So I can't imagine.
No, I know. So I was envisioning it was sectioned off, like Declan walks out of his part of
Sure.
the basement, and then there's wyvern shit on the other side of it.
But we did talk
Probably.
as a group of expanding our basement into the basement of the building prior, so that we could have a secondary escape. Which,
Did we buy that
considering,
building?
And we
Uh,
have
sure.
And
Okay.
that's what he's just saying, that Sharat has built,
yeah,
Yeah.
bought the block.
You
and
guys
is
have like
Right.
a
living
3-building
in the
buffer
buildings
at this
around
point,
us.
yeah.
Right.
yeah.
Because we did have like excavation projects some time ago where
Mhm.
the clergy were cleaning up these places. So
Right.
Yeah.
So-
Basically, Makud is now claiming one of those buildings' basement and
Got
that
it.
building as ours.
yeah, he's gonna smash between the basements. They can be cleaned up however people want afterwards. And he's
Makud
also going
does-
to, I imagine, smash like an entire floor of a building to make like this airy.
He does it from that floor though and smashes downwards. So he keeps having to run back up the stairs.
So I think Declan would probably start following Makud while he's doing this, just to like make sure he's not knocking down any structurally important supports.
Thank
I mean,
you.
I think
Thank you. Thank
Like when the first hole goes on the wall, Declan's like, Makud,
I like the idea that you're sitting there writing a manifesto, and then you just
Yeah.
see Makud walk by dragging a hammer, and you're like, just put your
I,
quote down.
I kind of imagine it like it's the second hole that goes in the wall that gets Declan's attention, because the first hole, that's just the smashes all over the place when you're here, and he just kind of lets out a sigh. And then there's another one, he's like, no, that distinctly sounds like building work. What the hell is going on?
yeah. So Declan will just kind of follow behind and say, "No, not that one, please."
So, I
Yeah.
mean, I will say, this is
I'm now
Makud's main
imagining-
activity.
Sorry, I am now imagining Declan as like the little old man from the Last Crusade who's stamping in the books while Indy
Oh.
is smashing the floor, and he's just like looking at his quill, like what the fuck, and then he realizes he hears Makud,
Yeah.
like rah afterwards.
Yeah, so I will say, like, I think this is going to be Makud's like main activity if he's knocking through stuff like that's not.
He doesn't have many other activities.
That's not
beyond
like
drinking,
an
to be
hour-long
honest.
job. So if you
No,
want to
I
be
know.
following, no, I'm just saying if
And
Declan
yeah,
wants
so
to
I
be
guess,
following,
So I guess what Declan would do then is he would walk through the different parts of the basement, because he would literally walk through them with chalk. And he would like put big
Yeah.
X's on things and explain to Makud, do not knock down the X's. And then that would be that.
he's going to come back. Everything's going to be fallen over except the tiny sliver of rock that has an X. on it.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
mean,
it's just
If he's got to like, if they go through some like chicanery to figure out a system that works,
Yeah.
you know, if he has to draw the sections of wall that can't.
He has
be
to
knocked
draw
down,
like
or
pictures of
whatever it is.
Abrishmina and Bryn on the sections
Right.
that he doesn't want to hit. It's like you wouldn't hit your friends, Makud.
Wait a minute, that might not work.
Doing
Doing
against
Bryn
all like
Star
it.
all the time.
The Bryn-sized ones for the walls that are safe to smash.
Yeah.
Athena on the walls that aren't.
That's just passive aggressive. Um,
Anyways, that's a lot of yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that
Yeah.
you can do that and continue to have your time to yourself, Declan. And Bryn,
Yes.
what are you doing on the first day?
Well, I was gonna knock down some fucking walls, but
I mean, you can join in.
no. I think Bryn is gonna
Bryn's
go
got
to the
skinny arms
library.
though too, right?
She's deceptively strong. Um, I think Bryn's gonna go to the library.
Very.
What? No.
Oh.
She wouldn't. She would not. She would not
Do
want
you have
anybody
something else
to.
to do for day one?
No,
Sounds like
it's
Mina
okay.
really wants to go day 2 to the library and shopping.
I mean, this could be a multiple day kind of
Okay.
Oh man.
thing.
Okay.
Mina is going to make a trip to the library at some point.
That's cool. Bryn's hiding.
Ooh. Ooh.
Bryn, what are you
so-
looking up?
So I would be looking for anything that I can find about Shalkun. Particularly like any kind of stories that might relate to a character or perhaps someone named Ashu. Not necessarily looking for her, but maybe looking for some kind of like, important figure because it's kind of like, but that's what I would be looking for to kind of like,
To make her life
I
a
know
bit
there's,
more good.
yeah.
Aw.
Okay.
And-
Roll me an investigation check.
I got an investigation for days, yo. That is an 18.
So you find a lot about the geography of Shalkun. You know, it's dominated by like a very, very large central mountain, and like a range beyond that, and all the cities, it seems, are on the coast. You also find some very strange stories about the elves that live there are spirit elves that are considered part of the forest themselves, and there's like certain areas that mortals aren't allowed to go, and there's certain animals that mortals aren't allowed to hunt. There's stories of this like ancient demonic creature called Oneraya, who was said to kind of poison the forest and try and kind of destroy everything in Shalkun, but was beaten back on several occasions in different points in history. Most recently by a spirit and a foreigner who came together to defeat it. But with regards to the name Ashu, you find nothing. Other than there is a mention of a small town which was led for a while by a woman named Ashu, who is in a sort of kind of chieftain role, but no real stories that came about as part of that.
Do I have a time frame for that?
The chieftain lady, yeah, that was well outside of Madar's like lifetime.
Okay. Any like folk songs or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of songs. All of them are in Shalkun, so you can figure out the tune maybe, but the words are going to be difficult. But you
Okay.
find lots of them detailing like the Oneraya. You find some of them detailing like the spirit elves and kind of how wonderful and how scary, and there's lots of conflicting reports and all this kind of thing.
All right. And then the other thing that I would look for, and probably may not find anything about, would be Kalishtar, or reports of people coming to, like Calland and things like that.
Give me another investigation check with disadvantage, please.
Double ones or double 20s?
Not double 20s. Close to double 20s. Double 19s. That is a 24.
So, crazy, you do find something. It's not much to go on, but you find a description of some of the visions you've seen. These spirit people, referred to as the quarry, coming across from kind of different planes of existence to finally find refuge here. You don't find much, though you do see the name Shay is mentioned, though only in passing as their leader. But
Okay.
it's definitely kind of put in words things you've already seen, though you probably wouldn't expect to find much this far south of Calland, as it's not really a known quantity, especially among non-Calland people.
All right, so that would be pretty much however long that would take.
Yeah.
However
Yeah,
many
to
days
find
that would
all of that information is going to be a long day. That evening rolls around and all of your regulars return for their drinks, as well as a few others who pop in. And we roll on to the next day, unless anyone has anything else they'd like to do.
Declan wanted to speak to us.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, whenever I can get everybody, after that 3 o'clock mark or 4 o'clock mark, whenever everybody is in the same place, I would ask everyone to sort of join me in the basement.
Yeah.
After dinner, we always gather for dinner before the Bakar opens, or before the Mirage opens. Holly makes us all a nice dinner.
Declan would join everyone for dinner.
Ah,
But I mean, is it just us, or no? He would want to have a conversation in the basement after dinner.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
just you to begin with, but as soon as it opens, like, your regulars kind of come in.
So assuming everyone joins him.
nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, too busy. Makood comes through the ceiling from Smash.
It's like, Declan, I think I'm
You
learning
didn't
that stone
try.
thing you do.
What? What was that?
I said Maku's learning Declan's stone, like, surfing ability. Just
Yeah.
smashing through.
I could go through stone too, Smash.
Oh god, he's learned magic.
Very matter-of-factly, very businesslike. Declan will just say, I think it is time we strategized how we are going to spend our time before leaving. First on the agenda, I thought, might be the subject of the Trove, the Helmsman's Trove, which presumably holds a great deal of slaver wealth. It was my thought that perhaps this would be a mission best suited for the Six Eyes, considering the likelihood of bloodshed, possibility of exposure, of working against a semi-legal system in the Barakatos again. What are the thoughts of the group?
Our only real benefit would be to get money and to disrupt the financial flow of our supposed enemies.
Are you all right, Abrishmina?
No, I am joking in real life.
Do you need a lozenge?
No, I'm okay. I'm
I've
okay.
recently crafted this, a lozenge, and he like holds it out on a tiny pillow.
Very rare plant called
know-
eucalyptus.
I'm just my throat's a little sore today. No, I'm fine. And but yeah, she's. It's like we do not necessarily know anything of this place other than it is a place where evil men house their coin. I cannot imagine that the Six Eyes are not already aware of it. Do you think?
Perhaps. Either way, if they possess more knowledge than we, perhaps there is greater coordination we can do. I believe that this mission, if we were to undertake it ourselves, would involve a great deal of risk to our public face. The chance of, once again, being arrested, facing more Barakados. We are perhaps too small in number, or, on the other hand, too many to do this either quietly or effectively. It's just my opinion. I'm eager to hear yours. I think speaking with Sherrod about what they may know is prudent.
And like 3 of them like almost killed us. So I seriously doubt we could take on a ship full of them and
I
expect
agree.
to walk. And I don't know. Like quiet is something we're capable of.
That does seem to be the evidence so far. I believe that perhaps you and I alone, Bryn, and Declan kind of gives her a nod, could do it. No offense meant to Mina or Makud. It is simply wise tactics. But someone like Maya could likely perform some sort of sabotage operation or thievery on her own.
Makud has like been kind of like winding his finger in a circle on the table with his other head like in his hand, like listening to this about how not good we are. If, if the Six Eyes knew of this place, it has been there for a long time, as far as we know. Why have they not done this already?
Well, we do not know that they have known of it. It took me some doing to uncover it.
Well,
they
we go
know
talk
of
to
it,
them then. If they are scared of it, that is why they not have gone and done it.
it may not necessarily be that they're afraid of it. They might benefit from it in some ways. Or it may be too well connected.
A strong message to the slavers of the city and to the other illicit forces is part of what we need.
They may
But
not be willing to deliver that message.
They may not. But I would, for one, like to talk with Sherrod and the other Six Eyes.
Would you wish to do this tonight?
Before we leave, I believe it should at least be addressed. Perhaps there is reason to leave it be for now.
I am okay with going to go speak to Sharat tonight about this. It is entirely possible that this thing is left in place for a reason. Perhaps there is a way for us to claim the preacher's gold there in a way that does not require bloodshed that Sharat might be aware of.
I agree. That is the best outcome we could hope for.
Do we know if our new friend Riga has any dealings with this establishment?
So to clarify from my memory, when I was observing the dock and Trove, that's where I met the guy from whom I got Riga's name. No, I didn't get Riga's name from him. We don't know that he's connected there. I have a suspicion that he might be.
Yeah.
You got that you got your guy at the docks. You met when you skipped dinner. Not when you were watching.
And he did not say, he very deliberately did not say who's boss.
He wouldn't give up his boss, but you got Riga from the dead drop, I believe.
Yes.
No, he got
Scriven from the dead drop.
He got Scriven from the dead drop. Right. Yeah.
And that's the Aldoc guy.
Riga, we got from the dead guy?
We got Riga from the dead guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Riga is the guy that is trying to kill us. Right. We do not know if that is the same person who is cleaning up after us. We have not connected A and B yet.
So Declan will say, I don't have enough information to connect them now, but that's another thing I wanted to speak with you about. And I'll look again specifically at Bryn. I had hoped to return to the dock tonight, or perhaps tomorrow night, if there's not enough time, to once again speak with my contact there. I hoped that perhaps you would be able to accompany and watch from the shadows, and perhaps if I draw him along a line of questioning, you could listen to his thoughts, as I do from the shadows. It would be best if you were not seen.
Oh yeah, I think that's yeah. We can do that tonight or tomorrow night. I'm eager to see how well connected Riga is. I don't think we can necessarily deal with him, but I don't want to punch him in the mouth and then head off into the desert for God knows how long and leave our friends and family here.
Agreed. I think that's quite prudent. Well, I would be willing to
If you
go.
want... Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, if you wish to do that tonight, Makud and I can go speak to Sharat about the trove.
Well, given the time, I think we could likely accompany you for that as well.
Ah, you would like to be there.
Yes.
All right.
This will likely be a late-night rendezvous with the dog.
That meant something different in my day.
Oh, yeah. I guess Declan sort of like cringes once he realizes what he said.
It's very on brand for Declan to make like an innuendo and it just go completely over his own head.
Yeah. Wait. It's not what I meant.
Wait.
Wait, what? No. Stranger danger. Stranger
What are you
danger.
talking about? Yeah, so if you like, you guys can go and see Sharat and have your weird dog orgies. Tonight, is that?
Sure.
Do you want to go to the docks tonight, or do you want to speak to Sharat first?
Is it a choice? I figure we're having this conversation.
Yeah, you could go see Sharat
After
before.
dinner.
Like, I
Because
figured you
it
want to
sounds
go
like you don't want to go to the docks with Bryn or with Makud and Abrashmina. So I was suggesting
they can come if
They're not. Yeah, they're not. They're not
quiet.
mutually exclusive. Like, you could all go to the Six Eyes and then split up from there afterwards.
Okay, but yeah. So okay, yeah. Let's go talk to Sharat and all them then.
Very well.
Walk.
You guys make your way over to the butcher shop and you find it relatively busy. Quite a few new faces, it seems. And
Does it look like recruitment is up?
yeah, you think you get that impression. There's like lots of people kind of, you see like there's a door open and there's a kind of training room beyond. And you see like Siggy is just beating the shit out of like 5 people in there.
Foreigners or new people?
Ashari, but new people.
Mm.
Like
Makud shouts in.
they're training, but she's kicking their ass.
Okay. Makud shouts in. I took 7.
She like looks over at you and gives you a wink and shouts back, I think this only counts as 3.
Makud kind of like looks confused and then tries to count again because he isn't confident enough in his number.
And she would say that and then without looking, like kick a guy's legs out from under him and make him like land on his back winded. And you can see like her 2 massive dogs are just sitting outside the room, like kind of slightly panting but waiting patiently. And you see Sharat is in the kind of office room with Alluri, and he's kind of like leaning back in his chair and he's got a glass of wine. He looks a bit more relaxed than you've seen him previously. And Alluri has a glass of wine as well that she's like taking tiny sips of. And
Can
her
I
cheeks
ask
are
a
little
question?
bit flush pink. You may.
Is Terran still about?
Yeah, you see him. He's sitting in the back, currently trying to chat up a number of people, but you know.
I was kind of curious because his vision in the desert seemed to rattle him some.
Yeah, he's there. He's
Gotcha.
done the classic and buried it deep.
Taryn is the guy who was gonna go on the date with
No.
with the pot hydra guy, right?
No.
Oh, did I get them mixed up?
That's Dune.
That was
Oh,
Dune,
my-
the eagle guy.
Oh,
Taryn was the guy who.
earthy sort of names. I was like Terra Dune sort of.
Aaron came with us when we raided the ship for Colo.
My picture of them is correct. Just I reversed it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the thief. Dune is just a.
He's a
Well, I
ranger.
guess Dune is a ranger. Yeah.
Dune is a
Oh,
ranger. Taran is a
Terran's
fighter.
a fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Taran handled himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Makud liked him.
He does. More than Eli.
Duh.
He still hasn't,
Right.
he besmirched our Mirage. And now he comes wandering back in.
Yeah. Okay.
Look
was
who
he-
comes
okay,
crawling
okay.
back.
Okay, I have to ask you, Dan. Was Makud glaring at Eli the night before?
Last night, I don't
Yeah.
know if I can roll it if he picked it up. I think he was having too much fun with Bryn because he
Okay.
was having time with Bryn.
I was gonna say like
Actually, I rolled a ridiculously good perception. That was 19, so 24. So we would have seen him, and there would have been like a glare, and then Bryn probably would be like, "It's your line," kind of thing. Chippy him.
Smacking him on the shoulder.
Would a 21 perception have noticed that Mac got angry whenever he saw Eli? Because if she
Probably not
knows
hiding it.
that if she knows that Makud is upset with Eli, she would probably tell him that he needs to apologize to Makud.
You probably would notice a pout
Okay.
or something.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, he doesn't know the word hiding, so like,
Yeah.
He is not duplicitous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
She-
Eli
I don't-
has that in the chamber then.
Yeah.
So you see Shirat and Alluri sharing a bottle of wine, and they sort of glance up at you and smile as you enter. Ah, hello. What can we do for you? Is everyone going
We
in?
hope
Yes.
we hope we're not disturbing you.
No, of course not. Please.
Are you
draw up a chair.
celebrating?
Well, we've had a good week.
Yes.
Yes.
Abrashvili says leadingly.
No, he nods and kind of gives you a grin and says, "Yes."
Anything that you can share?
Can't take a hint.
Well, he can. He's just not going to be forthright.
Oh
about
no,
it. He's the
Mina
leader of a
can't
thieves
take a
guild.
hint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
She's kind of fishing to see if this is a result of anything she's done.
a few new recruits, a few successful jobs. You know, a good week in the life of a thieves guild.
We are always wishing for your success.
Most kind. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure of my favorite people?
Wondering what he was going to call us there for a second.
So was I.
My
yes.
favorite dicks. My favorite bondsman, whose asses I own. Go ahead.
Yeah, we explain the trove, like what we found out about the trove to him.
Yeah. Well,
And yeah, I was trying to hand wave it, sorry.
that's okay. I will produce the documentation I got from the preacher's offices, which I think I've shown him before, and just say, I finished my examination of the preacher's organization from a financial standpoint and discovered something quite interesting. And we were curious if you had any further information. Have you heard of the Hellman's Trove?
As it happens, I have. And he leans forward, interested now. I have been trying to crack that nut for some time.
Then you know that it is a changing point and warehouse for a great deal of illicit wealth.
Oh, absolutely. We've been trying to get some sort of team together for that for a little while now, and I think we're getting close.
What sort of operation did you have in mind?
Well, we know that it's heavily guarded, and so, due to the fact that there's limited entry points, we were thinking something along the lines of a quick but heated assault. Less of our usual quiet subterfuge and more of our, shall we say, slash and burn approach.
Declan sort of shrinks from this. This was rather the outcome we were hoping to avoid, or at least I was.
Well, there's
It
only
is the
one way.
su-
There's only one doorway in, and so the chances of getting someone through there unnoticed, and getting the purportedly massive amount of wealth within without being noticed is slim, I'm afraid.
What about just the preacher's portion of the wealth? Is there a way to claim this legitimately as a proxy of his?
Doubtful. When it comes to illegitimate gold storage, there is little in the way of legitimacy.
How do these people claim their own gold then?
Oh, well, you can claim your own gold, but something happens to you, the owners of the trove, well, they acquire it, shall we say.
Who are the owners of the trove?
That is an excellent question. We haven't been able to find out exactly, but I think it's one of the Charles. One of the wealthier ones, presumably.
I assume for a Shal to own such a ship and to engage in such business would be technically a violation of the law.
Oh, very much so. It's all off book.
If such a thing could be proven, could it be used to further our fight in some other way?
Well, if that were to be proven, all that would happen, I'm afraid, is that it would be seized by the powers that be. Which...
Aren't you part of the powers that be?
I am... I'm on the council. I am like a child in an adult's game to them. That came out wrong. I am a very small part of the council. I advise and I vote and I try to push our agenda, and there is, some movement. But as for things like this, I'm sure that would be kept from me. Or so they think.
Well, my thought, and I kind of look from side to side to my partners, and if anyone disagrees, I ask that you speak up. But to remove this wealth from the hands of the people who bleed a Shah dry would send a powerful message and go a long way towards shoring up our cause into the future. It seems to me like even if this attack is a bloody one, that is the kind of thing the Six Eyes were meant to do. But it seems hypocritical for us not to help in some way. However, for the virtues to be involved as a more community-friendly visage, it would put that reputation at risk were things to go poorly and expose many of our very public friends and family to very powerful enemies.
Do you have a suggestion in mind?
I had come here in the hope that we might find a way to do this with stealth. I understand that you believe that to be more difficulty than it's worth, but have you attempted any sort of magical investigation? I look over to Lori.
We have done a little scrying and whatnot, but... And this is still Sharat talking. But the Barakados are well versed in magic. We didn't want to risk sending someone in.
in case they had means of seeing invisible foes or a way of dispelling such effects?
Potentially both. I mean, I've heard it said they can go invisible themselves, and so one has to be careful with these things.
Can say
I've
with a
recent-
certainty that they absolutely can.
Good to know.
I have recently come across exotic biological matter from another plane. I know very little of the subject of the planes and how they work, but is there a way to perhaps move through extra-dimensionally? I know that when I utilize the magics of my cloak, portals in space are opened. Could such a thing be done?
And you see Alluri kind of sitting up a bit more, and Shirak kind of glances at her and says, "Well, I suppose, but really that's only part of the problem. You know, there's not just guards on the deck, there's guards inside the ship, and if you get in and begin scooping gold into a bag, someone's going to hear you." That's been the real tricky portion of this.
I can make things very quiet, as can Bryn. That is a magical effect that can be replicated easily, can it not?
Well, yes, but I mean, I worry. I mean, from our scrying, we've seen there is always someone sitting and watching the gold. You know, it's not just left below. They have taken precaution to ensure that it is of the utmost difficulty to steal.
It would make sense that they have taken a lot of precautions, considering I doubt they trust each other very much.
Quite.
So wise insight. It seems then that perhaps if you had been sitting on your heels for this particular mission, that was a wise decision. We may not have the resources, skill, or power to do such a thing at this particular moment, but I assume this ship has operated for quite a long time and will continue to do so.
Years.
Then, as much as it pains me to say, perhaps it is best that we come back to this at a later date.
Very well, we will postpone any plans that might arise until such time as we've had further discussion on this.
Do you know of Riga and the Black Cloaks?
Didn't we ask them this already?
We asked Eli,
Oh.
and Eli might not be in the know, which is why Abrashmina is asking.
Riga.
It seems they have contracted people to kill us.
I have not heard that name, but I have heard of the Black Cloaks, and I have heard that they're trying to kill you, and so I've had a little extra security pushed your way.
So Declan sort of like cocked his head a little bit. I appreciate the concern for our safety, but why did you not tell us?
Well, you already knew.
If I was to guess as a player, Eli probably told them, and then the security happened.
I thought he was saying that that they've known even before the first time they tried to kill
He knows
us.
they're trying to kill you
Yeah.
because they tried to kill you. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, well then. Right.
and so he's just had a couple extra six eyes tailing you guys.
Yeah, because like the security, like the amount of six eyes, you were noticing the six eyes now because there's so many of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of that, he will say, "We appreciate having your eyes upon us."
Of course.
But you know nothing of the man or person himself?
I have not heard that name before, but that does not mean I perhaps know them by a different name. There are
I
only
imagine
so
you do know them.
To make it clear, I have no idea who leads the Black Cloaks. But there are only so many
Supposedly
crime
he-
leaders in this city, and, well, one hopes
I
one
don't
knows all of
mean
them.
I don't mean that you're keeping things from us or that you're in any way involved. It's just merely a statement that he's probably a very public figure using a very private name and identity.
Yes, it is surely a pseudonym.
I don't suppose we could attempt to lure this individual out
No,
using ourselves as bait.
we could absolutely
only-
try, but I get the impression from the fact that we have absolutely no inkling of who it might be that they might be a little afraid of getting their hands dirty.
Yes, well, we have seen the black cloaks about, but it seems as though they are waiting for us to be separated. They only went after Makud because Makud was alone.
That is
If they think
troubling.
one of us alone.
Mm.
That's no
7 of them
guarantee
were not
that,
enough.
that's
They
no
won't
guarantee
send-
that even Riga will make an appearance.
We don't need him to make an appearance. We just need a trail of breadcrumbs to him, much the way we found the preacher.
Well, however I can assist you in this, I would be happy to.
It's just a plan I'm beginning to formulate. I think it would be unwise to just for me to suddenly decide I want to walk outside alone right now in hopes that we catch someone.
Yes. That is a well-made point.
But speaking of our family and friends, we will be leaving soon. Could we ask for additional protection looking over our mutual interest, the Mirage, and
Absolutely. We can have a rotor at the Mirage and a tail on your friends and family as they travel about the city.
I thank you. I will make sure they know that of this place and that this is a safe house. At least my people know how to get to a safe house without bringing a tail in, so you don't have to worry about that. But
Ethan may require some coaching on that.
Of course.
I'm sure Holly could help her if they have to flee the Mirage.
perhaps we should encourage them to spend some time together and make sure that they're, not too far from each other while we're gone, in
Certainly.
case something does go awry.
Quite.
I think that's wise.
I did have one final point of business, if there's nothing else.
Of course.
Before the business in the desert the last time, you and I had spoken about making contacts with trustworthy officers in the city guard.
Yes.
Is that still something you think you can arrange?
Well, I have several guards now who I've contacted with these prospects, and it is definitely something I'll be able to set up.
I believe we met one of them at Al Hashemi's place. He signaled, and Abrashmina will.
Yes. Well,
Declan had already left by that point, so that might.
That's right, I didn't actually see that.
No. So this is Abrashmina telling Declan
well,
that is how they managed to get away from the guards.
that young and enterprising fellow was a Six Eye, or a member of the Six Eyes before he was a guard. The guard is merely a cover. What I am talking about is actual career guards who are sympathetic to our noble cause.
Someone that your endeavoring young Six Eye has encountered in his undercover mission.
Indeed. And I've met with a couple of them personally. And once I outlined our arguments, they seemed to be on the same page.
I would like to be able to forge a relationship with some of them. To know that we have an option other than execution, where we can bring people to see their city's justice, such as it is.
Indeed.
Whenever you can arrange such a thing, I would be happy to oblige.
I should be able to do so on a relatively short notice. Whenever it is you wish to have this discussion.
Before the week is out.
Very well. I'll be in contact then.
My thanks. He kind of looks left to right again to see if anybody wants to talk.
Is Makud in this room?
Yes.
So bored.
Oh, but he did say 7 was not enough.
Yes.
So he has taken part.
Well, yeah, but that meant he was in the butcher shop, not necessarily in Sharat's office.
No,
No.
not that. He said it. I thought
Yeah, he said
thought
it
you
to
hadn't
Sharat,
heard it.
yeah.
I said it to Sharat when Mina said that they only attacked Makud because he was alone.
Oh.
He was kind of bragging. I imagine they were just talking and ignoring him. So it's fine.
No. Abrashmina gave him a pet.
Is that because you wanted to talk to me, or because
I was just
you wanted
wondering.
to say something?
Mental
Okay.
image.
Makud has been mostly processing during this conversation. He says, if the Barakados are guarding something illegal, doesn't that make them criminals? Can they be arrested for that?
Well, they could certainly try.
I mean, we could arrest them. Give them to these guards of yours.
The consensus in Ashar seems to be that certain people are above the law. And if the Barakados work for one such person, I doubt their imprisonment would last.
The
regardless of how
Barakados are
sympathetic our friends might
trained
be.
to follow a higher law.
I also highly doubt that there is anything incriminating on this ship other than gold. And if they are, I would suspect that one of them is probably the owner of the ship, and any kind of incursion, they could just claim that they were protecting their property.
No, we do have evidence to the contrary.
True,
But
but
it would be
it is-
still a difficult point to make.
Yes, the Barakados are trained to follow a higher law. A slightly different path in that their
I am
orders
sure.
and their job are everything. I
And
have dealt with the Barakados before, and in fact, we have one who sometimes works with us. But even he, who took both a lot of convincing, a lot of gold, and well, a little help from Alluri, even he is difficult.
But still, their conviction can be shaken.
It took almost an entire year to do so, but yes.
I would also imagine that whatever individuals set up the treasure trove probably did everything in their possible to make sure that it was on the up and up from the outside to protect it from exactly such things. It does no good to be an illicit coin house for black market dealings if you could be shut down quickly by law enforcement.
Quite.
I mean, the law don't. But they don't
just-
even try.
That is me trying to say that they probably have figured out a loophole to operate without having to deal with stuff. There's probably
Yeah,
a very
there's-
legal loophole, not
There's
bribery.
a lot of like, ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies type stuff in Ashar. Where, you know, if they're not doing anything outwardly illegal, and they pay their fees and all that sort of thing, then no one's got any reason to kind of question it. There's no way.
Yeah, that, and like they're not technically doing anything illegal either. They are sitting on a ship that has gold. They have nothing to do with how the gold gets there or where the gold came from or where it goes after it gets claimed. They're
I
just
mean,
there.
they're there and present, and people obviously have to put gold on the ship. Like, so they are party to whatever happens.
An accessory maybe, but you can't you have to then.
Sure.
Yeah, it's hard to prove. That is why money laundering is such a thing. It takes a lot to track that kind of stuff.
You need a lot of paper evidence.
Yeah, speaking as someone who used to work in a financial institution, money laundering is very hard to catch if you do it properly, and these people probably know how to do it properly.
Not that I really want to say this streamed on YouTube, but I caught an instance of money laundering not 2 months ago.
Nice.
Anyway.
So again, in the US, you just gotta
send in the Minotaurs.
Yeah.
So Declan would just say, I think much like slavery, criminality of this level will be near impossible to end in a Shah without a groundswell of support. Much like changing the mind of a Barakados, it takes time.
Abrashmina nods in agreement. It is not something that you can cut and slash and burn through quickly.
It would be a grievous blow for them to lose their wealth, but it does not solve the problem in and of itself. Anyway, I'll let you go back to your wine.
It was good to see you all, and congratulations on your stunning victory in the Vakar.
Just as many, I hope. And you kind of give Makuta a pat on the back. Never thought of myself as a gladiator, but here we are.
Excellent. And as you guys are
Before
gonna...
we go,
Yeah?
before we go, as the others are kind of filing out, Abrashmin is going to look to Sharat and ask him if anything has come of what he has learned.
We are taking things slow. We are using inference and hints to try and develop our own understanding of the leads you've given us. As of yet, we've uncovered only minor details, but we're being very cautious. We're hoping to use this as a more long-term endeavor than merely using it to achieve short-term goals.
Abrashmin nods. That was my hope.
Excellent.
And she'll nod and leave.
And so as you guys are leaving, I think we'll take a quick break, if that's cool with everyone.
Yeah.
Cool,
2 hours in and day 2.
This is day 1.
I know. I was
It is day 1.
I was trying to. It's after midnight, probably. Stay tuned.
We'll see. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Oh man, I forgot we gotta go to the ship.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily that late. We left, we talked for a little while after dinner. We went to see Sharat. Maybe it's 9.
I'm just
So,
talking about the whole
thinking-
2 hours in, and we're only on day 2 of downtime. We still have
Sure.
to go watch a ship, and I've got to read some dude's mind.
Yeah.
Yep, we're gonna have 1 day. It'll be fine. 2 days, maybe.
I mean, we always say we're going to get through shit fast, and it never happens.
No, I'm well aware.
Sorry, I wasn't able to share my downtime plans with anyone because I was busy trying to keep children from murdering each other and stealing all my shit.
Don't worry about it. But until C mentioned building construction. Well, I mentioned wyverns, and then she mentioned building construction things earlier. I literally had Makud as just a complete blank for downtime. He's not a complicated person. I didn't really plan anything because I know everyone else. I'm basically doing the Remy from last campaign-ish, apart from less baths. Is that everyone else has stuff to do? I'll try cut that time down
That's
a
pretty
little
much-
bit by having nothing to do.
I mean, that's pretty much all Bryn wanted to do. Let's go to the
I feel like if
library.
you divided Remy in half, he'd be Brandon and Makud.
That's actually what we did. We kind of workshopped it a little bit. We spent a good long time trying to figure out exactly the right way, what character I would play, what character Dan would play.
Bryn got the baths. I got the smoking things.
Mm-hmm.
So this is when we go to the desert.
No, they're both way more charming than Remy. So
Yo.
Remy was a treasure.
Remy was something, but he was not charming.
In his own way.
I'm gonna be right.
Yeah, I got a drink.
Do 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 do.
I have turned.
Woo!
Woo!
Have you watched this one shot yet, Jade?
No, I have not.
Apparently, it is crazy and ridiculous, and they completely break Matt at one point. So I don't know what Sam is doing, but I kind of want to see.
I see pictures.
I saw a gif of Matt breaking.
I saw the picture of Not and when Sam was Britney Spears, and then apparently he's dressed up as what's her name? The mascot for Wendy's.
Oh,
Wendy?
Wendy.
Wendy?
Yeah, God, listen, leave me alone.
I'm just going back through and spell checking various things. I'd mistyped visage, and the spell check suggestion was Viagra. So it said community friendly Viagra. It's like, no. Perhaps not.
Je suis back.
Sweet.
Speak American.
I think it's just Declan we're waiting on now.
Dylan is his real name.
Yeah,
Should
Dylan.
make his name so similar then.
Man,
Yeah, this is really his fault.
I was real worried about this whole.
You can call me
critical-
Declan.
I'm not. I'm not from New
No.
Zealand, so I won't. But
Declan?
Declan?
Hey, Declan.
Declan?
Declan.
Mr.
Declan?
Declan? Mr. Declan?
Feed Declan. Feed Vigilante Declan.
Grew meat?
Yeah, I was real worried about this whole Critical Role situation, but they've knocked it out the park with the response, as
Oh, have they?
I was expecting them to. Yeah, they're donating all the money they got from Wendy's to like a fair farmer charity.
Yeah, that
And-
one that's been that they keep
Okay.
refusing to join.
Yeah, basically. So they've basically just Robin Hooded the whole situation, and then Matt Mercer put out like a really thoughtful response. So
I mean,
What's
when does
going
he
on?
ever not? Like,
yeah, so
the man
basically,
writes.
Jay,
ridiculous.
basically, this whole Wendy's thing. Wendy's, like Critical Role did this Wendy's one shot, but
Yeah.
Wendy's are monstrous humans, or is run by monstrous humans who refuse to join like a fair farming thing, which seeks to like pay workers reasonable wages, pay farmers fair prices. There's like apparently a lot of sexual violence in that industry as well, and it like
And
seeks to
child
try
labor.
and stop that, and child labor and stuff. And like McDonald's even fucking joined it, but Wendy's refused to. Also, Wendy's hedge fund is run by like one of Trump's biggest donators. So it's just
Yeah.
this whole thing, and it was just blowing up with everyone fucking hating on, well, not hating on Critical Role, but being like, "You fucked up, guys." And
How could you
I
do
mean,
this?
there was a lot of that, but also quite a few people. I mean, I had a little look. Not everyone. There was a large upswell, but there were people saying
You can do
there
better,
were bigger
guy.
issues. Like, I'm not sure if you saw, but there were some people saying like there were bigger issues than this right now. Like, you
Yeah.
could be directing more shit at Trump or something for the ridiculous
yeah.
things he's doing.
I mean,
but-
yeah, it's just, I think, you know, it was a faux pas on their point, but I think like, especially Matt's response and people's response to that is like, look, we're you know, a small business, we're just starting, you know, we make mistakes and that happens, and we tried something and we only realized the ramifications of it afterwards. We'll do better type situation. And yeah, like I don't feel any vitriol towards Critical Role, because like I can't say if I was in their position at that time I wouldn't have made the same mistake, you know what I mean?
Sure. I
But-
mean,
yeah.
I've seen plenty of people wishing them more and more vitriol because of one of misstep. I feel
And that's the internet, though, right?
it
Yeah.
is the Twitter way. Absolutely, I think people have blown this quite
It's cancel
largely out of
culture.
proportion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But almost all of the tweets I saw were like not supporting Critical Role anymore or anything. They're just like,
Disappointed.
you guys messed up.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult as well because, you know, Wendy's, yes, they do these horrible things and all this other stuff, but, you know, they also have this other side of them. They're very charitable as far as like adoption and working with adoption agencies and things like that. That's like a big thing that they kind of champion.
I think everything is more complex than people give it. Isn't
100%.
it?
Yeah.
Really, Jade, that people just see, and like none of this was big until they did this, and suddenly people, you know, shared that one article
Yeah.
a gazillion times. But also, as far as I understand the situation, it was written by an advertising agency for on behalf of Wendy's, who I think the same advertising agency also run their Twitter, and it was the same guy who did their tweets basically,
Yeah.
and some other people.
So I didn't actually get this far into Critical Role. They did a Wendy's one shot, like sponsored by Wendy's.
Yeah, so
Like-
Wendy's just
like
came out with their
yesterday.
own tabletop RPG thing.
Wendy's came up with a free 100-page RPG with its own system and everything and artwork. and people were like, "What?"
Yeah.
And
Basically,
Matt ran it for the group.
Sam Regal ran
no,
it for the
Sam
group.
Regal. That
Ah,
Yeah, because half
That
the
kind of
cast was
jokester.
gone to Comic Con,
Yeah.
so
Ran a
so
skeleton
he
crew.
ran a one shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you know, it's just I
apparently it
don't.
was a good one shot. Apparently
Yeah.
it was really hilarious.
There was
but-
I've like seen some of the tweets and stuff of like the puns that Sam said, and like Matt's reaction to them. Him just losing the will to live when Sam's
Yes.
like, "How do you want to chew this?" and roll for deliciative or something like that.
Well, the whole thing is puns. Like the whole
Yeah.
setting is puns.
Yeah.
Like, and they had like a world map and history and different orders and stuff. I actually downloaded the thing and read it. Like, I think it was done by like a small team of people,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not necessarily the worst product in the world.
Yeah.
Hey, let's play our game.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before
so
Mina
this,
Our
got
game
her
is
thing,
not
could I have
sponsored by
said
Wendy's.
something?
the latter half of this session brought to you by the NRA. Now,
No.
Before what, Dan? I'm sorry.
Before Mina had your bit, because you wanted everyone to leave the room, I just wanted Makud to have a word,
Oh, okay.
but it wasn't about private things. Makud would just tell Sharat, like somewhat proudly, that he had started, started the building work, started making like
yeah.
the area for the wyverns, and if I am going to leave for a while, they know how I will make sure they have a proper home. And he'll like tell him which building or whatever,
Yeah.
and give him the kind of details because he's kind of expecting that he will look after them.
Mm.
As everyone else has said, like look after my friends and family and stuff. Makud doesn't really have anyone, but the wyverns.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's expecting him to
Makud-
wrangle a bunch of monsters to keep them
I mean,
alive
Jari's
until he
there,
comes
so-
home. Yeah, and Jari. He would.
I think
Oh,
Allure is
Joey.
more your girl there with the wyverns.
Yeah. And Sharat would like glance at
sure,
her and
but-
say, "Of course, Makud. We'll do everything to look after them."
I mean, at least Makut has the wyverns. Mina doesn't have anybody but you guys.
You have it. You have Eli.
That is still being defined. He is still very hot
He
and
has a
cold. You know,
gout.
disappearing for months on end.
Makud is currently like a crazy cat lady. Like you actually have a working relationship. He has a
True enough.
hobgoblin and a brood of wyverns. So-
It's not about quantity. It's what it's called.
No, I'm saying that you have the quality. You have
Yeah.
the quality. I thought it was. I
Makud's
thought
got
it was actually
3.
kind of sad that everyone else has someone. My mum, my friend, my sister, and he just has pets. So, but I wanted him to bring it up. I also kind of like the idea of him have it like be that is on his same level as everyone else's nearest and dearest, and also Charette trying to look after wyverns for a month because they're already getting kind of big.
I just want the fan art of Sharat trying to like wrangle all of the wyverns with Shari, like watching in the background, and it's Sharat. Why can't I hold all these limes meme?
Yeah.
But it's with wyverns.
He's covered in scratches.
Yes, and his hair all raggled. Anyways,
So, is there anything else we'd like to do tonight? I assume.
We were gonna go spy on Dockkeeper.
Okay.
But before that, because I'm trying to drag this session out as long as I can. As everyone, I assume like the bar is closed and everyone's kind of settling in for the night before. While he and Brandon are getting ready to go, he'll just find Makud wherever he is. Where would that be?
What, back in the
Set the
Mirage?
scene. Back in the Mirage, yeah.
Probably just in like the main room. Maybe like he has several drinks around him. and he's just kind of passing time. I don't know if he's with regulars or not.
Nah, well, it'd be closed by this point.
Okay, it's close.
Yeah.
Okay, he's by himself.
Okay. Declan will come and sit down next to or across from you, depending on the seating. And he'll pull back out wonderful things, Bashar, and he'll say, I realized that for the last few days before the fight, things were very quiet here, and I forgot that we needed to make an entry every day. Tell me, Makud, what begins with the bar sound? What is a wonderful thing of a Shah? It begins with a B.
He thinks to the bazaar. That begins with a B.
B is for the bazaar.
People get what they need.
And then move on.
Very well.
And then go to find Bryn.
So you guys head out to the docks, looking for.
Also, I have to say the reason he didn't say Bryn is that you are not from a shower, not for any other reason.
I know you don't like me. It's okay.
No.
Honestly, the first thing I thought of was Bryn, and that was weeks ago. But I kind of
Barakados.
just like, and you technically are in a shower right now, but
No, I get it. I know the score.
Anyways, Bryn and Declan go looking for Hanan al-Sasay.
Indeed, they do.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll scout out, a place where Bryn can, find a really good vantage, but also remain unseen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a way to disguise your appearance?
Bryn will be just kind of like snap her fingers and just kind of like look like any Sharia woman that she's seen roaming the bazaar. That's good enough.
Should be quite. How's your Ashari accent?
I won't speak.
Fair. Well, keep your swords at the ready. Let's hope you don't have to use them.
Very well. And you guys you find a spot near the hidden dock, and you wait. An hour goes by, and you see nothing. No movement whatsoever, it seems. And another hour the same.
Okay. He signed on to... Sorry. He signed on to be okay, my bad. I think I'm having a little bit of lag, actually, with you. But he signed on to be an informant. Did we set up a drop?
Nope.
Not with Hanan. You're talking about Fahar?
Yeah, you set up a drop with Fahar, but not with Hanan.
Hanan is the guy that you trapped in a dome and questioned, and
No, I know. I know.
Okay.
He agreed to
No, he
give me
didn't.
information for money.
Yeah, I did.
He did.
Yeah,
he
but not
agreed
in a
to give
death
you
drop.
information for money, but
But you have to find him and ask him.
but yeah, you
set anything
didn't
up.
say like
That's-
be here at this
That's
time.
what he's asking.
That's
He's
what
asking.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
clarify.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you didn't set up any kind of drop, but you did
Okay.
agree.
Sorry.
No worries.
Okay. So he doesn't show up.
He hasn't yet.
Okay. Waiting.
It's now 3 a.m. No sign.
Is there any chance that can I make like a retroactive perception check to see if we've been clocked?
Sure.
Ooh, that's a 22.
You haven't seen anyone whatsoever, and you don't really think you've been clocked as such. Just through a complete lack of an absence of anyone around. You haven't heard any movement. You haven't noticed anyone at all.
Okay. So we're by the Trove, right? Because that was where I first spotted him.
Yeah. Relatively.
Is there still the usual activity on the Trove?
Yeah. Just a person sitting there, and then every hour swapping out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I might not be smart enough to infer what's happening, but does Declan have any suspicions? Like, is this unusual, considering the amount of activity that was here? Or does it seem like that was sort of a freak occurrence?
Make me an insight check.
Inciting the neighborhood.
20.
You get the impression that there's only ever activity here when there's activity to be done. You know, there's not. It's not every day. Like the normal docks are always busy because there's always ships coming in and out. But you know, for these ones to remain relatively secret and relatively hidden, there has to be, you know, well, there can't be just ships always coming in and out. So.
Yeah. Okay. But these are the secret docks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it seems we may have missed our quarry tonight. Don't know how much sleep you require, but I might need your assistance again tomorrow, and perhaps for many more days until we leave.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but this is the rather boring side of investigation.
No, I get it.
Don't bark at me, Declan. No.
Of course, I will make myself available.
My thanks. Well, might as well try to get some rest.
Very well. So,
Does Eli spend the night again?
yeah, he will do. Unless, you know, you kick him out.
Nah, I won't kick him out. But I think after he goes to sleep, whatever time that might be, Abrashmin is gonna go up to the roof and do like a little bit of meditating and what have you.
All right. Are you doing anything in particular, or are you just having some air?
Having
find bliss.
some air. Yeah, she's you know, been rough couple of weeks, and what have you.
Very fair.
Like Eli might not be clocking on to, you know,
No.
hey, his girlfriend fought a Barracudos and nearly died, but she's still kind of feeling it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he is like still super tired, so like at night he's just out of it. But he will eventually, like, if she's, you know, struggling during the day, that's something he would notice. So that really depends on how much she shows.
She's not a very expressive person in that regard, so he would have to pick up on it on his own.
Yeah.
But yeah, her old night owl tendencies are probably kicking in pretty hard.
Very well. Day 2. So we'll start at the top again. Declan.
More of the same, man. How is Ethan's training coming along? It's only been about a week now, probably.
It's still early days. She's, you know, she doesn't complain about getting up early. She works hard, you know.
She's the worst.
You are definitely like putting her through her paces, but you know, she's enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, good. Yeah, that's a good sign, and he'll definitely be encouraging and all that. But yeah, other than that, it's more research, and I think that's it. I think I had all the character moments I wanted to have, and
shopping
the rest.
today?
Yes, I do. Declan's doesn't actually want to go shopping. He just finds it to be essential.
Okay.
Anyway, so yes, at whatever point in the day, he'll probably be ready early that day because he knows you probably want to get out while he's in the middle of doing other stuff. So he might block off a section of time.
Yeah.
And put on like some Ashari garb and all that.
So is everyone going shopping then?
Sure.
Yep.
All right. So you guys head to the bazaar once again. All the wonderful sights, smells, sounds, like battering your senses. What are you looking for in particular?
I need magical armor because my armor class is at that point now where it's kind of shit. It was pretty good for first level or third level where we started, but 16's not going to cut it no more.
Okay. Is Declan? What's Declan in? Just leather armor.
Studded leather.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, there's the guy that everyone else bought their armor from, but you know, forging armor like that takes time. So, you know, you'll have to
Can
inquire.
I just suggest, you know that the old man with the fancy cloak perhaps has a stall somewhere. Maybe
True.
he has magical
Yeah.
things?
I was going to look for him
Okay.
I
while we
think
were here.
Declan is the one who knows that he has a stall.
True.
Oh
That's
yeah,
just
yeah.
why I was suggesting it when...
Yeah, no,
He was
Declan
talking.
will bring that up. That's a good idea.
Okay.
On the way out, I'll just mention. So there was a man whose name I didn't write down. Who I was
Temin.
told owns Temin.
Tamim.
Who was in our shop. Tamim.
Yeah.
Was in the Mirage the other night, and apparently is a regular. Apparently he had a very fancy cloak, and perhaps he sells other fancy things.
If he does not have the things that you require, there is the individual that did our armor. He does work quickly and well. Brashmina says, kind of like looking down at her like breastplate. You just have to pay extra if you rush him.
Well, I suppose I was just hoping to see what could be found on the shelves. I assume there's not enough time to manufacture items of great power
To be
in the
fair,
short time we have. But
leather armor is much easier to fashion than like
Yeah.
breast and chain.
sure, I
which
assume
is
most
what-
of, but rule-wise, there's not a whole lot of difference between making. If it's an uncommon item or a rare item, it takes a certain amount of weeks.
Yeah.
But I guess
Yeah,
Also, like, this dude
Either
is
way.
a blacksmith. He's not really a leather worker.
Oh, never mind then. I would not suggest him then if I
He
saw
could
that.
he
if
could
I
probably
had noticed that he
enchant
did
the
not.
armor, but he couldn't craft something. So he could maybe put something on your leather armor for you. But no, he's
Okay.
he's a blacksmith.
Okay.
Either way, you know the bazaar better than I do. The market district. I would take your recommendation.
Very well. Are you looking? Are you looking for Tamim or are you looking for that guy? I'm not sure I ever gave him a name. I don't think I did.
Let's go to Tamid first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will take a perception check from anyone who wishes to try and find him.
Makut the Observant. I got 21.
Nice.
I got a 13.
22, actually. 22.
Did Eli come shopping with him, or did
Look
he
at the big
stay
eyes on
up
Makut.
with you?
Mm.
Did he
Cuddle off after breakfast.
Yeah, he would probably have business to attend to. You know, he doesn't want to be a layabout. But yeah, Makut and Declan spot him. Tamim, he's got quite a small stall, and it looks to sell mostly curios and things. Like trinkets and other small items. And he's just sitting there puffing his pipe. That same cloak kind of still wrapped around his shoulders, and you can't see his arms or legs. He's sort of all the way around him, and he kind of smiles warmly as you approach, and you can see he's got these very wispy, owlish eyebrows that kind of raise slightly as he sees you.
You are Tamid.
Yes, that's me.
You are a patron of our establishment, the Mirage.
Yes. I like it very much.
Oh. We are glad of your patronage. We heard that you owned a shop and thought perhaps that we would come and perhaps patronize your business.
What is it you're looking for?
Oh, I was in the market for magical armor, if it's the kind of thing you have or can procure.
Kind of puffs on his pipe. Well, not armor per se, but I have some things that might offer a little protection.
Please go on. This
Sort
guy's
of
like a really slow Skeksis.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gelfling!
And,
Cool, Gelfling!
he will pull out a kind of bundled up piece of fabric, and from it he pulls two kind of leather bonds, and he kind of holds them up and he says, these will offer some protection if you tie them around your wrists. And these are sort of, they will give +1 armor class if you're wearing 2 of them.
They require attunement.
They do not.
I will take it. Very, very nice. How much are they?
Well, he sort of like looks around and he says, for you, 30 gold pieces.
Is this guy a Shari?
He is, but it's hard to tell. Maybe not entirely.
Okay.
He doesn't have an Ashari accent, but he has the look of a relatively Ashari man. Though his hair has gone very white in his advanced age, which does not happen in particular to very many Ashari people.
Are you the enchanter?
I am.
Do you think that you would be willing to share with me the process you wrote for the enchantment for an additional 20 gold? A total of 50.
I suppose I could pass on some secrets.
It would be much appreciated. I am an amateur enchanter myself.
Well, my interests tend towards the more esoteric. And these, like most of my favorite items, are created with a little, shall we say, draconic energy.
Fascinating. From what I understand of dragons, they have elemental and chromatic or metallic attunements. Do you know what sort of draconic energies you were channeling when you made these?
Well, it's less of the inherent elemental side of the draconic entity, but more of the naturalistic armor protecting, spell repelling properties of their hides.
Very interesting. Yes, I would be happy to see any notes. If it is not the sort of thing you keep written down, I would be willing to return at a later date to transcribe your process.
Well, I think I'll be popping around the Mirage this evening. So I'd be happy to
This
talk
evening, ah.
through with it then.
I would look forward to it greatly. Do you have a name for these particular items?
No.
I will name them myself. Talen's draconic
Who's
wristbands.
Talon?
And I will don them.
Tamim.
Wait, what's his name?
Tameem.
Tameen, sorry. Huh?
I think we're all lagging a bit.
Meen. Tameen.
It's an M at the end.
Yeah, sounds that way.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Tamim.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tameem.
I'm not even getting everything you're saying, honestly. I'm gonna refresh my thing. Okay. I think it's me.
Yeah, I think everybody's lagging a bit.
I'm only getting lag for Dylan.
Well, I think I said I think everybody's lagging, and then like a few seconds later, Jade said, "Yeah, I think so too."
No, because
okay.
Declan had
Yeah, because Dylan
responded
had said
to what
Okay,
it sounds
okay.
that way. Yeah.
Yeah, Dylan.
Okay. It was like a delayed, so I was
It was
worried that
delayed
you were
because I was responding to something.
yeah. No, I was worried about you too.
Don't worry about me. I'm all right.
Okay. Does this guy have anything else that looks interesting? That's not going to take like 15 minutes for him to describe.
Firstly,
I mean,
let
does
me
he
tell
have
the story.
any more of those braces?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Gold for an
Please.
armor.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Does he have? Yeah. Does he have more of the? Does he have more of those? Can we all be bracelet buddies?
This is the when we get friendship bracelets.
Oh, good.
Maybe.
Does he? Yes or no?
Yes.
How many does he have?
3.
3 pair or 3 total?
3.
Rob, you're hurting me. Seriously, 3 pair or 3 total?
Total.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And they were 30 gold.
For
But
a pair, it seemed like.
yeah, Abarashmina will buy.
Wait, do they each give +1?
No.
No, you have to have 2 to get the effect.
Okay.
Abarashmina is going to buy 2 and give them to Makud. She's gonna like,
Diamond swords.
yeah, I was gonna kind of put them on his horns, or would he rather have them on his wrist? Well, she's gonna buy all 3 because it's gonna take the extra 1 to get enough slack to go around Makud's wrist.
It could be more horn decoration. How nice are they? Are they
They
just
are
simple leather
They are
band?
fairly nondescript.
Okay. He'll put them on his horns because it's cool. Or Mina will do it.
Yeah.
His horns are
'Cause
like another
horns.
set of biceps. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think his cloak of protection is still kind of wrapped around one horn. So
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yes. So Avarashmina buys those. Does he have anything else that looks? Does he have any wooden coins or anything that looks kind of Veil-esque?
He does not. And now you're kind of looking at his stuff. Most of it seems relatively dragon themed.
Okay.
You see like a dragon hide shield. It looks like. And
What color is the shield?
the shield is very strange. It is a mixture of gold, blue, and red, but all kind of mixed together like paints that have been, partially melded. It's not like
But
any dragon
it
you've
does
ever
look
heard
like
of.
a dragon scale, though.
Yeah, and it looks like yeah, it's like all in one. It's not like, you know, he's mixed and matched. It all seems to come from one beast.
Okay.
Interesting.
And he's got lots of like dragon tooth necklaces and stuff.
Do they do anything, or are they just cool looking?
They're just cool looking.
Okay.
Takes him a long time to enchant things. Would you believe it?
Especially with a guy that talks that slow. Sure.
It takes a long time to get an incantation out.
Fucking Christ.
Where do you get all these dragon things from? As far as I know, they aren't that common.
Well, most of these things aren't actually dragon. These ones, and he points like the shield and the teeth and stuff. These are all worm hide, which is not like the worms we have here. They're from somewhere very far away, and they're a distant relative of dragons, but
So not the sandworm.
no.
Where did you get acquire these hides?
When I went over,
Where? What is this?
you wouldn't know it. Chuckles.
Oh, he's a hipster, and as well. No, that's all right. Does he have anything else that looks like it might have any kind of magical things, or are those little bracelet things it?
That looks about it.
Okay.
I mean, the shield isn't magical? No?
No.
I've got a very rare shield that's got
Sure.
there's no but I mean it's not upgrading from that shield that Bryn.
I mean, you don't know what this one does, but okay. It might be like a dragon killing shield of dragon killing? I don't know.
Bryn's gonna reach out and touch the dragon scale, the worm scale shield.
You do
Into
not
death.
receive a vision.
All right.
But
I want to find another purveyor of magical wares that is different than the men that we bought all the cubes from.
But yeah, you can head off and leave him if you like.
Yeah.
Find someone else. What are you looking for?
Anyone else with armor and weapons, and also potions?
Yeah, there's people
poisons
with like
and-
mundane armor and weapons. Nothing magical that you can see. You know the best place to buy potions.
I mean, I don't care. I don't want to drag anyone else through that guy if I don't want to go.
Abrashmina is not looking for armor or weapons or shields, so because I think she's covered in that regard.
So generally, Declan's looking for like every kind of bauble he can get, right? But yeah. So I'm only interrupting you to say that we can go anywhere you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe some magic rings or Wondrous items.
You see a few places. One catches your eye. It's an entirely covered tent.
Or amulets, yeah. Or circlets or that kind of thing. Wait, can I wear a circlet and goggles of eagle sight?
Yeah.
Same eyes of the eagle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you do see one market stall that catches your eye. That's an entirely covered tent, bright blue with like this red trim, and on the outside, it just says Esoterica.
Mm-hmm.
We go into Esoterica.
Yeah, so you enter this place and it's like a small rug kind of set on the floor, and then like a kind of this little wooden desk. You see a very old, haggard-looking woman behind it, and she's got like a black veil hanging down over her face, and she's kind of like looking at the floor, and she's got these like what look to be like a collection of very weird things. There's like 2 dried raven's feet and some knuckle bones and stuff, and she's just like rolling them over and over again. She doesn't look up as you enter.
If Remy were here,
Start.
he would like wave his hands in front of her face.
Abroshmina is just going to start browsing.
Yeah, so you see there's like small piles of similar objects kind of put together. You see like a small sort of pile of rings, some necklaces, a few like scarves and veils and shawls. You see lots of like, you're kind of sifting through a pile of rings, and every so often you come across like a desiccated frog, and you just throw it aside and kind of find other things. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
No, I just have like a nice windfall and looking for like a magic item that catches my eye, really.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Like the veils are kind of interesting.
Okay.
The veils, the necklaces,
Yeah.
the rings.
Great. So everything I mentioned.
Yeah, yep, pretty much. Veils first. We'll go with the veils.
Looking through the veils, a lot of them are just mundane. You do find one that has a faint shimmer to it, and when you pick it up, it sort of seems to refract the light in sort of an interesting way. Like the light that passes through it is sort of much more muted than you would expect, because it's a very thin veil. And actually, like unfolding it like turns out to be massive. Like could easily be like a picnic blanket for all four of you. And,
What does it do?
So holding it up and sort of looking at it, it seems to be very much like one of the elven cloaks in the Lord of the Rings. Like you can cover yourself in it, and it will like perfectly
Camo
blend
hat?
you to your surroundings.
It is a veil of elven kind.
No.
No?
No.
So it's
Well,
not.
so-
What does it do?
It's like,
then?
I literally
It's the
just told you.
camouflage nature.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Rather
camouflage
than
cloak.
Elven Clan giving you stealth upgrades.
Well, right, so I
Maybe
guess the
more like the
question is,
Ranger
mechanically
10th level
speaking, is it
ability, where you can, if you stay in place. Or
Ah, it just
something,
gives you
can
advantage
take a
on
look.
stealth checks while you're under it.
So
Okay, so it is like a cloak of
So
elven
a
kind.
cloak of elven kind. Thanks.
Is
But
that
it's
what
not
Cloak of
worn.
Elven Kind does?
You've got to
I thought that.
throw it over an area.
Yeah. So like it's the sort of thing where you get under it and you pull it around you.
Very
It's,
handy.
It's not something that you can
No.
walk around and stealth in.
no,
Okay.
you can't walk around in it. I mean, you can, but
Okay.
it doesn't give you any.
But it
benefit.
can affect like 4 people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So Declan definitely wants that, even if Abershmin doesn't. Once
No,
if he notices that. Go ahead.
Does it require attunement?
No.
Or
No?
doesn't notice it.
Yeah. Abroshmina is interested in this, so she kind of like, she's gonna kind of hold on to it as she goes onto like the necklaces and the rings.
Okay. You find 2 necklaces that seem magical to you. One of them is a pendant that has like 2 hands, like very gnarled, kind of clawed little silver hands that kind of reach out the central circle mass of the pendant and kind of almost look like they're holding the chains that go around the neck. And in the center of the pendant is like a kind of small ruby-eyed skull. It looks a little bit macabre. You're not sure what that one does. It doesn't it's not obvious immediately what it does. The other one, though, appears to have some kind of language-focused ability on it for understanding, reading, and speaking languages foreign to you.
Okay. And the rings?
And going through the rings, you only find one that really piques your interest. The rest are just mundane, very grimy rings. This ring is already wrapped around a finger. That's just kind of floating around in the pile. But there's a small sort of sapphire gemstone kind of set into it, and as you look deep, you kind of see your own reflection for a second, and then the reflection kind of changes, and as you're kind of looking in the reflection, you see like your eyes and your vision kind of fills with like the image of just outside the tent, sort of like 30 feet away from you. And as you sort of look around, you are like, it's as though you're standing there. You can see and hear, but you know you're standing in the tent, and you can feel yourself standing in the tent.
So that's interesting.
We are shopping separately, right? Is this what I'm getting?
No,
Not
I imagine.
necessarily.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is everyone together.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Declan will express interest in both that and she not you know. Both of these
Abrashmina's
are,
claim is holding on to the veil. You can't have it until
she's
she
just
finds out
licking
it's...
all the magical items. She's
No,
like,
no.
wiping her boogers on it. Like, you know what?
No, but she's definitely interested in the veil.
Okay.
But yeah, she'll
It's
definitely
not,
she's definitely gonna point this one out to Declan. This seems right up his alley.
sure. Understand. My interest in the veil is academic. No worry of mine if you wish to hold on to it. I would like to study it, though, if you don't mind.
Of course. I think we should definitely take it home with us if it is within a reasonable price.
Let's inquire.
Mhm.
Madam,
She says
hello?
nothing.
We would like to know the price of these items.
You can see like some movement beneath the veil, and the rest of her body doesn't move, but her eyes kind of flick up to you. And then she holds out a gnarled hand towards the floor opposite the desk that she's sitting at. It's like more of a small kind of coffee table thing.
She gesturing for us to sit.
Yeah, it looks like.
Is there only one chair?
There's no chairs. It's a rug.
No chair. It's a rug. Okay. Yeah, Abrashmina will kneel.
Declan will sit uncomfortably on the floor.
She'll like lean in, pick up her pile of bones and roll them again. Kind of consider them for a moment. And then she'll like point at the veil. And she says,
170 gold pieces.
Abrashmina will definitely wants to haggle because she's a Shari, but that's a really good price. So me, the player, doesn't want to haggle. But yeah, she'll just one nod and pay the 170.
as you hand over the money, she like grabs your wrist and like pulls it across the table and stares at
I mean,
kind of
is this
flat
at all
white wrist.
hostile? Because Declan would not allow her to do that.
It's
Abrashmina is used to old people grabbing her hands
it's
and-
not
Yeah, it doesn't mean I have to like it, though.
in the
It's-
bazaar. Yeah.
It's not dangerous or anything. It's more like she doesn't care what Abrashmina thinks about it.
Yeah.
Um,
It's like an Italian aunt grabbing someone's hand.
this is more creepy than that, though.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. And she like kind of holds your hand and stares at your palm and like traces the lines on it. And then she rolls her bones again. Then she releases you.
A rude way to treat your customers.
What do you see in your bones?
You will die soon.
Insight check.
Not the
Disadvantage,
first
please.
time she's been told that by an old person in this bazaar.
Yes.
That's
It's going to be
20.
disadvantage, Dylan.
Oh.
She is behind a veil and is being creepy and esoteric.
Well, I can't roll lower than an 8, so if I'm detecting lies, that is, which makes that a 19.
Hard to tell, to be honest. She is not. She doesn't give the impression of someone who's lying. She seems very confident in what she's saying and everything. But how she would know that, you're not sure.
Bryn is gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
Mm.
I just want to know like what she's seeing that's making her kind of say that she's going to be, and it's just surface thoughts only. I'm not pressing or anything like that. I just want to know what she. Yeah.
The spell fails.
Mm.
Do I get any kind of reaction?
Yes. She turns to look at you and then points to the door or the entrance. Out.
Why?
Everyone out.
No, but I'm not done
Get out.
shopping. Oh.
And you can see there's the shadows kind of cast from like the small kind of oil lamp on the table behind her begin to kind of shift and twist and like become much more like solidified in their form, and they've got these like elongated kind of clawed hands and these like wide white eyes that kind of burst open and stare at you all. Out now.
You will not take money for the ring.
Get out now.
But
Extremely
Ashmin is
poor
going
salesperson.
to take her cloak and get out.
Okay.
Talk to yourself right out of a sale.
Once you all leave, you feel like there's kind of gust of wind just behind you, and you turn around and you see she's standing behind you but looking at the tent, and it's like folding itself down, and like people all over the bazaar are just staring.
Mate, why?
I mean, we
Madam.
all saw Bryn cast the spell, right? Somatic
That's up to
components, and
Bryn.
vocalizations, and things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then at that point, she'll like take the small bundle in her arm and just stride away.
I'll look over to Bryn.
She shouldn't have
Don't
been
think
able
she-
to.
Sorry? Oh, I was...
She shouldn't have been able to stop that. I don't know how she was able to stop that.
She seems to wield significant power, then. I saw her weave no signs. There must have been some sort of enchantment.
A ring of mind shielding, perhaps, Corinne says in her out of character voice.
Well, to be able to suppress Bryn's spell in such a way.
Ring of mind shielding. You can't read thoughts if someone's got a.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's like the one anti-detect thoughts item in the game,
You know, or I just
and
make
the
up,
amulet of non-detection, I think.
and I just make up items.
Sure.
willy-nilly.
Also, like, she made shadows scary.
Right, yeah.
Is she another Kalash star, you think?
I don't know. But I can honestly say that's never happened to me before.
Then perhaps it is wise we did not anger her. Although I do regret not being able to buy that ring.
I apologize.
Perhaps we can come back tomorrow or later this week.
I don't think she'll be more eager to see us, but perhaps.
Very well. You're left standing next to an empty spot in the marketplace, which is soon taken by a enterprising seller of various dried grains who wants a better spot.
Potion dealer?
I'm good for potions, but if there's another, just like quickly, if there's like another magic cart or stall or whatever, for like sending stones or anything like that.
Make me an investigation check, please.
Okay.
Can I assist? Or
You may.
I would love for you to roll with guidance.
okay. Natural 20
Ayo, 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 ayo.
You do
for
spot.
I got 32.
You do spot a young wizardy fellow, kind of sitting, looking very bored, manning a small stall, which the sign atop it reads like Halls of Lotus, and has like lots of the sort of filigree and emblematic symbols of those halls. And he's quite young. He's got kind of like scrubby features, and he's like resting his cheek on his fist. He's got a really rubbish spot, so he's not getting much business, and he looks incredibly bored.
Are you open for business?
Oh, yes. Come and purvey my wares. He seems very not into it.
Do you have any sending stones?
Yes, yeah, got a few of those in the back. He like reaches down kind of behind him into a box, and pulls out several small stones with like holes kind of in the center. Holds them up. He's got 6 in his hand. This is a set.
How much?
That's going to be 500 gold for the set.
500 gold for 6.
Yes.
And are they, this is me asking, are they like paired up 3 to 3? Or is it you
It's
use
6.
one and it goes to
Yeah.
all of them?
Goes to all of them.
Well, I don't want that.
Well, that's all we have, I'm afraid.
Can they be set in such a way that they only correspond to one or another, rather
I'm
than all
afraid
6 at a
not.
time?
This is old experiments and stock that we no longer have used to. I think someone's figured that out, but they're not selling that off cheap, you know.
How much was it
Well,
for the set?
500.
Well, if you cannot provide me with an item that serves my needs, then I demand a discount. Abrashmina will say in the very shy fashion.
Right, straightens up slightly. 490. Grins.
450.
485. Best I can do, I'm afraid.
460. You know you can do better.
That rubs his chin and makes a big show of like opening a ledger and looking down it. Says I cannot go below 480, I'm afraid.
Is that what it says exactly?
Slams the book shut.
Mm-hmm. Well, then that looks as though you will not be making a sale.
Well, I suppose if you kept it a secret, maybe 475.
465.
Come now, you can't expect me to just pay all this extra money out of my own pocket.
We
They're going
both
to be
know that you won't
expecting
be doing
500
that.
gold.
Declan
I
let
thought, I
out a
thought
deep
this was
sigh.
for. I thought this was 480.
I said I can't go below 480. You are roboting very heavily, Dylan.
I think he's trying to pay the gold for the item, but there is much robot.
He did let out a deep sigh.
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
That is not new for Declan and shopping things.
So, 470, can we agree?
470. And now Brushmina will pay.
And he'll hand over the 6 stones.
Can I take the chiming clock?
These are chimes of opening.
Oh.
You,
Okay, for those.
oh, those are 6,000 gold pieces.
Jesus, that's a step up.
I have no idea what rarity the chimes of opening actually are. It's just a funny joke, but yeah, that's how much
Sure.
you're saying.
I mean, that's probably not bad.
Hurried Googling.
Yep,
Google.
exactly.
They are a wondrous item. They are rare.
Rare. Shit.
That is actually a pretty good deal.
It's a broken chime of opening.
One of the rare ones has 10 charges. You could always lessen that if you so chose.
Yep, I know
Which
how to
also
run games.
destroys
thanks, sir.
itself when you
Yeah,
use
and it just it's a consumable rare item. So
It's had 9 uses. Already used.
If only we had somewhere to repair them. But also, you should totally bargain down that price if there's only one use left.
Oh, is it at 9 uses left? So there's are you used? So there's only one use left.
1 use left.
Yeah, he just said. Yeah.
I heard it the other way around. So I heard that it was.
Silly girl.
I heard like 9 uses. So I heard. I figured in my head that meant.
Am
9
I
left.
just speaking like British today? Can you just not understand?
I just figured it backwards from what you said. Or no, not it. My mind went the other way.
Yeah.
Sure.
You said
It's all good,
you
it's all
said
good.
it's at 9 uses, so I assumed
Yeah, I
that meant
gotcha.
it can be used 9 times.
That makes
Not
sense.
9 charges had been used. Oh no, Dylan's having issues, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I haggle him down to something that's about to break down to like 1k?
Roll me a persuasion check.
I'm going to use my inspiration. Fuck.
Would you have a charisma?
I do.
character next to you?
But she also
Hello?
went through the conversation. That is a 5 on the dice plus 7 for 12 plus 2 in my guidance. 14.
He gets bored and refuses to go below 3,000.
3,000.
Can I ask what I missed?
Very
I paid
little.
for the stupid extra sendings, the GoPro walkie talkies, and then he has a chime of opening that only has 1 use left that he wants 3,000 gold for. But I was trying to haggle him down.
But we could charge it up elsewhere, obviously. But it's a rare magic item normally. May be useful.
Anyone interested in a chime of opening?
Does it do what it sounds like?
There you go.
Strike it as an action, pointing it at an object with 120 feet of you that can be opened, such as a door, lid, or lock. The chime issues a clear tone, and 1 lock or latch on the object opens unless the sound can't reach the object. If no locks or latches remain, the object itself opens. The chime can be used 10 times, and so it's on its last. So it can open 1 lock.
Unless we get Thela to recharge it.
That is something we can do.
We think.
Okay. Well, it's not something I've ever needed before, but doesn't mean I won't in the future. 3,000 gold seems a bit steep, though.
Yes, especially for something that is locked magically, that might your physical tools could not unlock. It is not unuseful. I'll put in 1,000 for it if somebody else wants to cover it.
Is there anything else here that I find interesting?
There's a couple of things, but most of them are like science fair throwaways, you know, like nothing very interesting apart from the fact that this is the first person from the Halls of Lotus that you've ever met. Because they don't really venture outside much, and you haven't been able to get in.
Right. The Halls of Lotus are the Ashari halls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The places you tried to get into but got stopped by the guards.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Oh
can you hear
no,
me?
is he having more problems? Sounds like it.
Yeah.
I
How much
can't
gold do
hear.
you need?
Yeah, you guys are getting a little laggy. Womp womp.
No.
How much gold do you guys need?
Sometimes.
Hmm.
How much
What'd
gold
you say,
do you
Jake?
need? How much gold do you need?
I mean, I don't need the gold to pay
How
for it.
much gold do you want?
I don't want the chime. I'm offering to help chip in for it if somebody else wants it.
It could come in handy, and we could get it charged up, right?
Yeah.
Right. She said. Mina said she put in 1 grand of the 3 grand total.
I
I'll
can
put in
in
another grand. That's fine.
and I'll put in another grand.
All
Okay,
right.
we're done.
Okay.
You purchase it. You now have a shitty chime of opening.
You say shitty, I say potential.
It's a
Shitty
fixer upper.
potential. Shitty potential.
Shitty potential.
Deck, can you hear again?
Deal.
Dylan?
It's better now, it seems.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you
Rob
guys hear
was
me?
just making the very heavy
Yes.
point that this is the first person outside the Halls of Ivy that you've ever seen.
No,
And
I
it was
know.
the place you were trying to get into,
Yeah.
but
I
couldn't
know.
get past the guards.
We
This
are
could be an in.
we are having some serious lag, and I guess it's me. So it's making communication a little hard. But yes, I did hear that.
Sure. Okay. This could be your in.
I hear you, pal.
Good.
So yeah, Declan will ask the man's name. Has the Halls of Lotus sent you here simply to sell overstock wares?
Yeah, it's a bit of a punishment, if I'm honest. It's you know, I didn't do very well in the test, and so I have to come out here. But it's only for a week or so, and then I get to go back.
May I ask your name?
My name is Numan Al-Shahid.
No, man. You are a magician.
Yes, well, wizard in training, shall we say.
Fascinating. Is there a particular area of study that you find most compelling?
For me, conjuration.
And this involves the movement of extraplanar energies, if I am to understand. Moving energy and things from other places.
Yes, and conjuring shit.
Yeah. Well, forgive the Inquisition, I am an amateur enchanter and interested in arcane theory. I tried to have an audience with some of the halls before, but they were strict about who they allowed to enter.
Yeah, It's not easy to get in unless you enroll.
In your experience, is it only people who are spellcasters, or can those with academic interest enter as well?
No, I've seen other people enter, definitely. You have to get one of the special dispensation passes, but you can get those.
Where?
Well, you know, he kind of gives you like a knowing grin, like there's more to this, but it's a little bit sort of shady.
Well, I would be curious about the process for gaining entry.
Huh. And how much is it worth to you?
I'm gonna insight check this guy to see whether he is easily intimidated or amenable to reason. And I rolled a 4, so I don't know much, but that still equals up to a 15.
You get the impression that he's pretty cocky, but is and cocky and greedy. So he's very much looking for a transaction here. You're not sure how well intimidating would go.
How's 10 gold?
How about, shall we say 10,000 gold? And I'll get you a pass.
I can get my own pass. I just want to know where I can inquire.
You won't get your own pass, I'm afraid. It's
And
about
why's that?
who you know.
And who are you?
I've already told you my name.
But who are you that you can procure a pass?
I'm a student.
Does your name carry so much weight?
Any student can apply for a pass for acquaintances of theirs, but, you know, it's not easy to find students outside the halls. You have a unique opportunity here, my friend. It would be a shame if you were to miss out on it.
And it is always a shame when someone abuses their position when they could do something for the good of another. I bid you farewell.
You know where to find me. I'm here all week.
I imagine this is about as far as you'll move in your life. I'll leave.
The guy's just like
10,000
laughing to himself and shaking his head in like a bloody foreigner's type way.
10,000 gold.
Yeah, that is a bit much.
I mean, he was A, expecting you
Oh,
to
well.
barter, and B, it's sort of the cost of doing business in a shop. Everything has a price, yeah.
No, sure.
worries.
That's fine.
It is also very within character that Techno would just be like,
Yeah.
fuck off, right? At that price. I'm done shopping unless anybody else wants to do anything.
I'm good. Unless we really want to go talk to everybody's favorite potion seller.
Don't think so.
Yeah, I'm good on potions.
More steak out. Yay!
What time of day is it after we're done with our shopping?
We're
yeah,
gonna
the
say
potion.
mid-afternoon.
I mean, I
Sorry, Dylan, I think you're lagging a bit again. Did you want to potion shop, Dylan?
Huh? What?
Were you wanting to potion shop?
Oh, yeah. I burnt through a potion saving your skinny butt, and so now I need to buy another one and see whatever else they might have.
Well, you head to Quell's Potions and other things that you can also purchase. And you find the man himself standing behind the counter. He sees Bryn and immediately rolls his eyes. My favorite customers.
It is good to see you again, Qual.
Carl.
No, it is Qual.
Oh, what a good day this is.
That is how you pronounced it last time.
It is
Certainly
Carl.
is.
I
Yeah, no, you're
absolutely
saying no.
promise you I did
It
not.
is Arthas versus Athras again. You
This
called him
is-
Qual for 2 sessions now, because he's
The
Qual's
first
person.
time he did it, he said Carl because I wrote Carl, and then then the spelling was changed to Qual, and I had to go through and change all the Carls to Quals.
Thank you.
So it's been kind of both-ish.
That is just me being distracted with coming up with potion prices on the fly.
No, I don't blame you. Like throwing out items and all the rest of it, it's not an easy business.
It's definitely the hardest part of running this game.
Okay, but I believe we just need a regular healing potion.
Okay, 75 gold pieces.
Sounds like a fair price.
Yes, no, are you going to buy it and
Have,
get out of
anything
my
stronger?
shop, or are you going to just stay here and look at me?
Hey man, you got a player that's dealing with lag, so calm down.
Yeah, was hoping to buy some of your wares. Did you not want to sell me things?
Well, my day was going so well, and then the 4 of you walked in, and my mood just plummeted. So if you could hurry up and purchase things and get out, that would be fantastic.
Why is everyone in this country so bloody rude? Fine, yes, I would like to purchase... do you have any greater healing potions?
Yes, I do. Those are going to
How many?
run you 250 gold pieces.
Each?
Yes.
And how many do you have?
I have 6 of those.
Let's see, 250... What's 2, 10, 6, 12?
It's gonna run you.
So, I will give you
1,000.
1,200 for the lot.
The price is the price, I'm afraid.
I kind of look to Abrishmina like, is it though?
This is one of the rare cases that, yes, just pay the man. He gave us a discount only because we purchased so many that one time. Because we agreed to buy 10 potions, so he gave us a discount on those. But I don't feel like we're gonna be like, doing 10 potions again. So just, yeah. Abrishmina nods.
Very well.
He hands you
Does
over.
anyone else...
He hands you over the potion.
How much? What was the total for the 6?
1,500.
Okay.
1,500. Oof.
Yes. Yeah.
For a 6 greater healing, though.
6 times
Oof.
250.
I know.
Any other interesting alchemy? What?
Yes, I have plenty.
Okay.
I have.
I thought Dan was saying something. Sorry.
He was just clarifying. Sorry, the lag is making it difficult. I understand.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. He says I have 2 potions of heroism, 1 potion of invulnerability, 1 potion of water breathing, 3 potions of speed, and
That is something I would be quite interested in. How much are the potions of speed?
potions of speed. Those are going to be 10,000 gold pieces each.
That is more than I can afford.
I thought so.
Well, which of the ones you listed could be had for 1,000 gold pieces or less?
You could have, well, none of them actually.
Another time then.
Or not.
You know, we have like spent like a lot of money with him. He got like several thousand from us last time. He could serve to be
Yeah.
a little nicer.
You're right, see, I'll just redesign the whole character because you don't like him.
Good.
Being a dick.
That's all I ever wanted.
Yeah, sorry, I'll make my villains, do non-lethal damage because that hurts you, and I'm sorry, and, any monsters you come across, you'll be able to tame them and take them home as pets, and we'll just be fucking
All
My
the
Little Pony.
I'm gonna get a menagerie of pets.
I mean, we could suddenly just start deciding that we don't like potions anymore, and we stop going to see the NPC that you like giving us shit with.
Okay, I can only give you shit with one NPC.
Oh god, challenge accepted.
Have you forgotten who your fucking dungeon master is?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm just saying he doesn't have like a real reason to think that we're that shitty because we always spend
How
lots
much
of
money have
with
I
him.
given to Amazon? Yet Jeff Bezos isn't very nice to me, is he?
Oh, I don't know. When was the last time you saw him at a party?
I mean, us millionaires meet up quite a lot, but...
Okay, what time of day is it when we're done shopping?
About mid-afternoon.
I would just like to say Makud buys more lizards on sticks. That's his shopping. Duh.
I don't know if anybody else has stuff they want to do, but I mean, if you want, we could just Rob, now might be a good point to fast forward a couple days. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Bryn's coming with me.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
got
go
some
ahead.
other things that I want to do throughout the week, but
Yeah.
then I'll shut my
Okay,
mouth.
so yeah, this doing it day by day thing is going slow. So
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Okay,
I'm enjoying
yeah.
myself.
yeah, it's fun. But I do need to go to bed soon because I am playing golf tomorrow. So
Nerd.
I'm picturing
yeah,
you
call
in,
me
like,
a
a
nerd
little
for
pair
playing
of,
golf while we're playing Dungeons and Dragons. Okay.
Yes.
Nerd.
Well,
Golf
I'm picturing your golf outfit with the little beret with the poof ball and like the knee-high chaps, all that stuff. You got and you.
You're not entirely far from the truth.
Oh god. I have lost all respect for you, Rob.
I'm flattered that you
Anyways.
had any to begin with.
All right, so some of the things that, if we're just going to hand babe stuff, some of the things that Avrashmina is going to do this week, she wants to go to the library and see if she can do some research on Turian.
Okay, investigation
Please.
check.
Okay.
I'll assist.
Oh, thank you.
Is that Declan coming to the library to do things?
He's trying.
Oh, I rolled so good. 22.
Okay. You find one instance of the name Turian, which is in a book of the lineage of the Moon Elves, and his name is part of a family tree.
That's it?
Yeah.
What's his full name?
Turian Sedarine.
I think that's on the note.
It might have been. Okay, that's all I
guess they
find.
can control the information in the city.
Yeah.
So-
Also, like, these books aren't written by elves, so
Sure.
who's met him
For
to
sure,
write
sure.
about him? Yeah. I'm sorry, because I know you're excited about that role.
No, yeah, it's fine. So that's one thing down. She was gonna go spend some time with the Veil Witch to learn her ritual and do some scrying and some legend loring.
Okay.
At one point, I want to check in with Dune and see how his date with Kindlearn went.
Okay. So
It's magical.
let's do those things in order then.
And once Makud's room gets a little bit more finished for his wyvern, she's gonna paint it all cloud and desert like.
Okay, let's do those things in order. So
Okay.
the Bell Witch.
Mm-hmm.
You can go and see her and spend some time. What is it you'd like to do? You learn the ritual.
Learn the ritual.
Yeah. So that takes a little while, maybe a
Mhm.
day, but you manage it and you feel you're effectively able to dismantle a demon.
So how exactly does it work?
So it's going to be when you can only cast the spell as a ritual. It takes 1 minute to cast, and when you do, the demon gets a saving throw based on your spell DC, and if it fails, then it is ripped apart and turned into nothing forevermore.
And it has to be cast like within like a minute of it being defeated, or
Yeah, it has to be cast while the body remains, or while it's still like you could cast it during combat, but it would take you 10 rounds. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
But like the bodies kind of
They
fade
do.
away.
Yeah, they dissolve after a couple minutes,
So
but it varies
I have to
demon
do
to
it.
demon. Yeah, you'd have
So
to do it quickly.
they all take
Well,
a few
could you
minutes.
could you set a trap with a ritual? Like, could you get initiate it?
No,
Bring a
it's
demon
like
into it and then
you
finish
have to. No, you have to like have it the subject there to cast it on.
So you have to capture them, basically.
Not necessarily capture, incapacitate. You could just cast it like while your friends are fighting them.
But it would take 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, 1 minute, 10 rounds.
A ritual is 10 minutes, right?
What's it's a 1 minute ritual? Is it? I didn't know that. Well, it takes
Yeah,
1 minute to cast.
Ritual is 10 minutes to cast.
Yeah, ritual casting is 10 minutes plus the casting time. So it would take 11 minutes to
Okay.
cast this if it had a casting time of 1 minute.
So it's just
Well-
a spell that takes a
A minute.
minute, but it is a ritual to do effectively. You were
Mhm.
Okay.
You could
Yeah.
do it without casting a
thematically
spell slot.
describing it.
Yeah, does it take a spell slot?
Yeah, it doesn't take a spell slot.
That is why it's a ritual. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. The ritual itself only takes 1 minute, not the
Yeah.
I mentioned 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. Probably that day, whenever she learns the ritual, she would use the font to scry on the Monk of the Waste with Mitha,
Okay.
which is she does not have a likeness unless Mitha can provide one, because that would affect the spell DC.
She cannot provide one. She can
Okay.
give you like a description of him if that helps. But
Let me take a look at. Abadashmina's spell DC is 17. He will get a plus. Let's see. Does she have any possessions or garments?
no.
Okay. No likeness to no picture, so no, that doesn't help. He'll have a +5 to his wisdom save.
Okay. Natural 1.
And then he uses his legendary resistance.
Unfortunately not.
Okay, good.
You see in the font your vision kind of flying through the air over the desert to these very like high stacks of rock. I don't know what they're called. I see them all the time in like American deserts or whatever. Very like flat, high kind of columns of stone. You see a man sitting cross-legged on one of those. He is rail thin. His skin is extremely tanned and leathery. He's an elf, and he has a kind of ragged beige piece of fabric around his eyes. And he is just sitting there staring straight ahead, or staring, his head is pointed straight forward, and he has like very perfect kind of straight back posture, and he's just sitting there, and the wind is slowly brushing against his clothes and moving them, which are all again shabby, ragged, and that sort of same beige color.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you see. What next?
I had some other scrying targets, but I don't think I'm gonna do those. At some point in the week, she's gonna go back to the Bell Witch. Can't be that same day because of
Spell
fifth level
slots?
spell slot shenanigans. Yeah, she'll go back and cast Legend Lore for Vale. So that I know that she gave like the book of Vale or whatever, but like Legend Lore is a bit more
Yeah.
A bit more uber.
Yeah.
Name or describe a person, place, or object. Brings a brief summary of significant lore about the thing you named. Might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named is of legendary importance, you gain no information. The more
Okay.
information you already have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive is. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just find where I put the notes.
Brishmin is going to burn through half of that incense that Maya and Thal
Yeah.
got for her
Okay.
to do this.
So, in setting up this ritual, you have to set up, this burning incense, and the smoke kind of billows. You breathe it in, and it kind of begins to shift and take on shapes and visions, and suddenly all of your senses are overtaken. And you're standing there watching as a young Ashari woman kind of walks through the desert. Her feet are bare and she's like covered in blood. And she like stumbles and falls to her knees. And you find, you see her kind of lie there, and time begins to speed up, and you watch her die, and no one comes for her. And then, as her life is about to fade, you see her whisper something, a small prayer. And then everything turns black. And then little pinpoints of light kind of flash in front of your eyes, and you realize you're looking at the night sky. And one of those pinpoints you kind of zoom in on, and you see this woman naked and curled up in the fetal position, emanating this light of the star. And her eyes kind of open, and she looks around, extremely kind of taken aback, nervous, confused. You watch as she kind of comes into her own, learning what it is to be the goddess that she is, and she kind of returns to Ashar, watching her church grow. You see her fashioning a veil, a powerful headdress, and putting all of the magic that she has accumulated into it. And then you see her give it to her most prized follower, a young elf named Oranthus, who takes it and wields it in the battles against her foes, Sodom and his followers. And after that battle, you see him return the veil to her temple. And you see him, from her perspective, begin to wilt and lose his will. And so he heads out into the desert. And as he does, you watch, again, time seeming to speed up, as people come and go from her temple, but it slowly begins to empty. And then you see another young figure, Mitha, who dies as the temple is ransacked. And you hear Mytha's whispered plea. Don't let me die. And Vale tries to grant that wish, doing everything with what little power she has left from the small amount of worship. But it goes wrong, and Mytha is chained to this unlife. And you see Vale weep for her. And then slowly Vale begins to age, her immortal form dimming and collapsing until she lies floating amongst the stars like she's ready to die. Barely breathing, barely moving, eyes closed. And then immediately your vision kind of clears again and you cough slightly as the incense is burning your face. You see Vale kind of sitting on the edge of the font, head cocked to one side, staring at you.
I have seen it from the beginning, Abarashmina says.
Seen what?
The veil, from when she was mortal until you watched her grow as the goddess, the battles that Arantes fought, and then saw him leave, and saw the desecrations, and I saw that Vale tried to save you, but was not strong enough.
See the Bell Witch kind of bows her head. It was not meant to be like this.
Perhaps not. But you have been in this state for a very long time, and because of this, you were able to spread her name and her message long past the time that you should have been able to affect things. It could be that by not being able to save you, she has managed to do the only thing that would save herself as well. Only Istis would know for certain. But I do not think it was chance that brought you to this state, that then brings us here to help you.
Thank you, Abrishmina. Phil, the Bell Witch whispers.
I am sorry it is taking so long for us to fulfill your quest. But perhaps it is time is needed to do this right.
I have waited a very long time. I suppose I can wait a little longer. I thank you for everything you have done for me.
My only regret is that we cannot do more.
Thank you.
But know that he who watches sees your plight. And I hope one day, when you are released from this, you will be rewarded in the way that you deserve.
Thank you.
I will pray for it.
And you see, like, behind the veil, there's like a hint of a smile. And as you've spent a bit more time with her, you see that like there's sort of a strange movement in her cheek when she smiles, as though there's like some kind of scar tissue there or something that moves kind of awkwardly. Goodbye, Abrishmina. I look forward to seeing you again soon.
And Abrashmina will go.
Alright, is that everything you wish to accomplish?
Just curious about Dune and Kynarden,
Yeah.
recharging the time, and painting Maku's room.
Yeah. So you can find Dune, ask him about it. He'll say, well, it was a little bit awkward at first. I don't think either of us are very good with, other people. But, well, once we both sort of realized that, it was really good. He was really good. He kind of like blushes and grins at you.
Good. Now, Abrashmina's happy for him.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to recharge the chimes?
It is going to cost more than standard because it's not just like
It's a rare
a
item.
simple recharge.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just a simple recharge because it's where is it? So many notes. Yes. Yeah. So it'll be 15 gold per charge.
Okay. Abrashmina will spend 135 to get it up to full.
Excellent. All right. And Bryn, we can do you next.
I think Bryn, for the rest of the downtime, probably would just kind of move around the Mirage and make sure that like all preparations were made as far as making sure the business was ready for them to be gone and stuff like that, and making sure that like her mother and Holly, know
Yeah.
where the butcher shop is and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then she would want to talk to Madar about what she found about the name and stuff like that.
Definitely. What would you say?
So she'd probably be really kind of excited and like, I don't know, she probably like wrote it down on some scraps of paper and she'd go running into
Pages
Madar or
ripped
whatever.
out of a library book.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she probably has scraps of like parchment with her and stuff like that. She's not
Sure,
going to
sure,
go to
sure.
the library and be like, listen, I'm going to write this stuff down. And
Listen, I'm gonna take this book and it's gonna be on the
there's
hush
nothing you
hush.
can do about it.
Yeah.
And you're going to remember me. You gave it to me.
My name is Makood.
I am a champion of the Bakar. But
Definitely.
yeah, and she kind of probably would kind of gloss over some of the details, probably figuring that. But I wanted to tell you about. I think names are important, and I know you don't think much of your name, and where we got names are important. Like I'm named after a very dear friend of my parents, but I didn't find much about issue, but apparently she was a leader of a village. And for that to be in a book in a shar, in a library in a shar, that must mean that maybe she was important.
Madara's like beaming at you, and she says, "You didn't have to do that for me, Bryn."
But I know you don't think the name fits you, and that you don't. But I think it does.
That's very kind of you to say.
I think if you don't mind, and even if it's just when it's just us, I think I'm going to call you by that name.
She kind of furrows her brow for a moment, but then nods, and it turns back into a smile, and she says, "All right, I'd like that." She leans in and gives you a kiss.
Oh, and I've been learning to play some songs.
Is that so? She gives you a big grin.
I probably can't sing them because it's a beautiful language and I know I'll butcher it. But
Oh, you definitely would. She like giggles.
yeah. But I can play them for you if you'd like.
I would.
And then so Bryn will play her some songs that she learned.
It's all Japanese post-hardcore death metal.
Sweet. But yeah, that's pretty much what she would like to accomplish. Well, and making sure that Madar knows how to
Yeah,
get to the butcher shop
they're fine.
and to take everyone and things like that.
Yeah.
That was what she was waiting for. She was playing the long game. Should destroy the butcher shop from the inside out.
God damn it. She's been there before.
She's a creature in disguise. Yeah, definitely. I like that. Makood, you, by the end of it, are able to make a substantially sized eyrie for your wyverns, complete with like a lot of space for Jari to sleep in, and some like good places to kind of store the tools and things he'll need to look after them. Is there anything else?
So they have lots of growing room.
Yeah,
They're
lots of
probably going to get
growing
pretty
room.
big while we're out there.
Yeah, big time.
So he would do that during the day, I guess. Drink when he gets the time. Just live day to day, because I
Yeah.
guess that's how he lives.
I kind of see Makood like. You ever watch Trailer Park Boys?
I have not.
There's-
I know some of it.
It's amazing.
But
So one of the characters' dads is like just this like deadbeat. He's really funny. But he's like, "Oh, you should get a hobby like me." And the guy's like, "What's your hobby?" Because the guy does nothing. He just like sits in a wheelchair that he doesn't need to collect government checks. And he's like, "Oh, drinking. That's what I do." And he's just like, just sits and drinks beer all day. That's kind of how I see Makood in his like free time. His like hobbies include wyverns and booze.
like, he's never had free time.
Yeah.
Until he was freed from the arena, so I don't think he knows like what to do with it. And I'm guessing like the only kind of downtime or whatever he had where he wasn't training or fighting was drinking at a variety of celebrations or whatever, or maybe like occasionally the gladiators could get together when they'd done well or something. So he just kind of drinks.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really. I think like he would maybe sometimes go to the Shelfer D or something, just looking for company if other people are busy.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, Oba's always like happy to see you and give you some free drinks and stuff.
But I don't think. I mean, it's late and you've done a lot of role playing, whatever. But like, At some point he's gonna have to have a conversation with Abella, but I don't necessarily think he's gonna sort it out himself. Like
Right.
he was told that she needs time from her ordeal,
Yeah.
which to most people would be pretty understandable. So,
Yeah.
and if you leave him long enough, he just forgets about things. I think so. He's not super troubled
Yeah.
by that, but
So
I think
maybe
it will
like
have to happen at some point.
yeah, maybe later in the week I imagine maybe you like go over to the Six Eyes to see Uwe or whatever. Just have change the scene, and she's kind of staying over there. She'd come over to see you and just like tap you on the arm and just kind of try and like smile at you, like show she's feeling a bit better. She says, "Hello, Makud."
He, I think, finishes whatever drink Uwe is giving him. For some reason, whenever Uwe makes drinks, I always think they're like fancy with swirly straws and stuff,
Yeah,
like
big
far
time.
beyond their time. They're
Yeah.
fizzy or something like that.
Uwe is a mixologist.
Yes, exactly. Are you feeling better?
She nods and kind of like hops up onto the stool beside you. I am, Makud. I wanted to say I'm sorry for being so weird last time. I was so confused and scared, and I just didn't know what to say, you know? But now I know exactly what I want to say, and it's thank you. And she like puts her arms around you, around both her arms around your like gigantic bicep and hugs you.
He like leans into it and puts his arm like around her and kind of like squishes her against his bicep or something. A lot has changed. I've been through a lot, and he's like thinking back to time in the pit and stuff.
Yeah.
I have seen people sad, um, like, and he kind of like turns to her and like holds one of her hands in his massive hand or something. I've seen people really sad, and he kind of tosses his little mane a bit.
She says, I was really sad, Makud, but you have made me so happy. And Sharat says I might be able to see Adelaide again soon.
He like whips around. You can see her?
Well, not. And she like holds up a kind of staying hand. She says, not right away, but well, they're trying to help her. You know, it's a long road, and it will take some time, but they might be able to work something out. Things are still difficult for her, I think, in the palace.
He kind of, well, he looks kind of in a direction that is vaguely palace-like, depending on where they are.
Generally southward, yeah.
We have not been there. We have done a lot, but we have not gone to the palace yet. You know, break down every wall to find her.
I know you would, Makud. And I don't doubt that there are any walls that would remain standing, but I think this is the best way.
They have such different ways. And he kind of gives an eye to like Charette's office or something.
They do. And your way is the best. Sometimes. But so is theirs sometimes. That is why you are so special, Makud. Because no one else can do things your way.
He turns back to like looking forward across the bar. I think he still has his hand around one of hers, and his hand is like resting on the bar. When you see her, would you still leave?
You mean leave a shower?
Like we planned?
It's all I ever think about.
Look, the grip tightens a little bit, like comforting level. I have to leave for months more. There is a bad man, and he controls the sandworms and he kills people. And I need to stop it.
I've heard
Will he
about
still
this.
be here when I return?
I think so. But I swear if I am not, I will leave a way for you to talk to me. To find me. You're my family, Makud.
There's like a little bit of a twitch, a ruffle again. I haven't heard that in a long time. I haven't heard from you in a long time.
I've thought about you every day, Makud.
He snorts, kind of like a shudder. Well, you don't have to think about me anymore. Now you just have to think about the delay.
She nods. Thank you so much, Makud. For saving me again.
He like looks at her and then like gathers her up into a big hug.
Yeah, and she like arms around his neck, gives him a big squeeze.
He whispers, if they don't get her to you, I will do it. And then you will leave. When I come back, there will be a lot of changes.
She'll kind of pull back to like look into your eyes and just say, I know you will, Makud. Thank you.
Then he, like, I think still like half holding her in one arm, sort of like slams the bar and is like, Uwe Modlinks,
Yes! And she like claps and kind of like goes to sit back on a stool. But like your arm's still partially around her at least, I think.
When Uwe comes over, he like takes like a long look into Uwe's eyes, and then just like rumbles, "Freedom."
Awesome. And Uwe like rubs his chin for a second. And then reaches down below the bar and pulls out 2 like empty pitchers and slams them on the desk and begins making some big ass drinks. And I think that's a good spot to end it. Unless anyone has anything else.
I was just going to say that Abrashmina is going to pay off 5,496 gold of their debt.
Okay.
5,496. Yeah, because I was going to talk about the debt things, but with Declan gone, and I know that's like important to him, I was just going to leave the mathy things until he had a say so. I don't know if we would have had a talk at some point during the week about how much we're going to give.
I just don't want to take that much gold into the desert. That
I mean,
still
leave it at
leaves
the
me
Helmsman's
like,
Troves, the safest bank in the shop.
Yeah,
yeah,
I actually was going to suggest earlier that we just become banking patrons at that trove, but I'm not sure he would be smart enough to do that.
Sorry, see, how much was it exactly again, please?
5,496. So that it leaves me with exactly 4,000 gold in my inventory.
Okay.
So we should be at 206,404 gold
Oh
left.
shit! Yeah, we
on
do
our
it the
debt.
opposite way. I've got down
Yeah,
how
yeah,
much
yeah.
you paid off.
Yeah. I know.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
That should equal the same, I'm
Yeah.
sure. I trust you're an accountant, so like, you know.
I am.
Uh,
All right, I'm gonna cut the thing
kind
off
of.
there. I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is there
cool.
something else? Sorry.
I mean, no, if you've already turned it off, I'll
No,
just
I
wait
haven't.
till
I
next-
haven't.
I was just gonna say it kind of goes without saying that like Abaroshmina's evenings are spent with Eli whenever he's around. I'm not sure how often he is.
He's around every day of the week. Like he works a bit during the day, but yeah.
Does he ever cotton on to the fact that Abaroshmina's having trouble sleeping, or is he just?
He would do, but
Does he kind of conk out and?
no, he
Do you
like
wanna leave that
once
for
he's
next
kind of
time?
caught up on some sleep, he would notice. I think we'll save that for next session, just
Cool.
so that I'm on form. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We're 4 hours in, so
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.